Okay. Here, let's do this. Can you guys hear me? With those two.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Am I muted?
Okay, we got more coming in here.
Very excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun. All right. Okay, now I'm starting to see everybody here. We're gonna have some people, you guys, will be joining us. Some people are just gonna watch the video, so not everybody will be on, and there's gonna be people that are gonna jump in and jump out. So just kind of be prepared for that. If you see somebody pop in, not everybody can be here the whole time, but we're recording it, so everybody's gonna catch up later for those people that can't watch the whole thing. So I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here. And one thing to make sure you guys have, make sure you guys have a piece of paper, so a notebook and paper to take notes. We're going to be moving pretty fast, but I'm going to also give you guys time to catch up. So just be ready for taking notes. And we're also going to be jumping into training. Okay, Jeff's having a problem getting in. We're also going to be jumping into a lot of the folders that you guys got sent a folder, right, with a whole bunch of training information in it. Have that readily available so that you can refer back to that.
I have not seen that.
I didn't see it either.
Okay, hang tight then.
Email from me.
Okay, so did you guys see it? Did you guys see an email from Tyler with all that stuff?
I'm looking it up now. I don't remember
On my
seeing it.
receipt, I did not. I just emailed him because he mentioned there was a link with some materials needed for the day, but I didn't see any Google Drive link with that.
All right, I'll push one again.
He's going to push it one more time real quick here. Let's get Jeff in there first.
Jeff got a link.
Okay.
You got it twice.
Okay, cool. How's everybody doing today?
Great.
Good. Excited.
Tara, I don't see you. I just see a painting.
That's right. Usually it's just a little picture. I don't know what happened to it.
Hey, Robbie.
What's up, Matt?
Rod. Jeff's coming in. We got Chris. Okay, cool.
Waiting on Ryan still.
Yeah, he might be in and out though too.
Okay.
Robbie, how's it going? Oh, I can't hear you. Hang on one second. There you go.
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Long time, huh?
Yeah.
Glad to see
Isn't
you
it
back.
fun, you guys, to be able to do this from your house? I think it's great.
Wonderful, yeah.
No travel. I mean, I do love live events, but this hasn't been bad. I've been logging a lot of hours. There's Jeff. Hey, Jeff. I've been logging a lot of hours in Zoom in the last few weeks, so we're getting pretty good at it.
Okay.
I think so. We've got so Chris, can you hear me?
Wait, what?
Let me see.
Man.
Okay, so I just got a new email, but it's the meeting room. It's not the PDF.
If you're in there, don't open that.
Don't open that if it's the meeting room. Don't open that one.
Okay.
Are you sending one with all the folder?
Yep.
He's going to be sending one with a folder with a whole bunch of training videos and information in it. Just give him a couple minutes here.
Okay.
So Chris, let's see here.
Can you hear him?
He's got, or does he have his camera shut off then? Does that mean if he's
in there,
that he can hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do me a favor. After you send that folder, send him an email. Make sure he's good. There's always a little bit of time here to get stuff set up on. There's Ryan. Ryan's in. There's always a little bit of little setup time with this technology stuff in there. So you guys, again, we are going to be. Yeah, Chris jumped out. I think he's having problems. So guys, we're going to be going pretty fast here. There's a lot of stuff to. Tara's gone. All right, no, wait, there's Tara. I got to get used to looking at that painting for you, Tara. We're going to be going pretty fast, you guys. I mean, there's a lot to do here, but I don't want you to get frustrated. If we go too fast, we're going to swing back around. We're going to make sure you got this stuff down. Here's the other thing is, you know, I'm going to be giving you guys some homework each day, but also we've got these 4 trainings that we're going to do for the next 4 weeks after this. Okay. Now this is going to be stuff to really basically concrete everything that you're learning. There's a lot going on in the next 2 days. I mean, you guys are going to have a major advantage by going virtual. This is years of me figuring out how to do all this stuff, and my team. I can't take all the credit for it because my team does a lot of it. I just get an idea and tell them to figure it out. But we're taking a couple of years worth of, or several years worth of information, and we're turning it into a couple of days plus these four trainings after. So what I want you to do is, as we're going here, I want you guys to ask questions 100%, but treat it like a normal meeting. So if you've got a question, do me a favor, write that down, and I'll stop every once in a while and ask people to, you know, if you have questions, what are you struggling with? What do you need help with? And we'll go back and make sure that you guys understand each part of what we're trying to do. Absolutely want to make sure you guys understand this. But the other thing is I did a little test run with somebody on this training that went through it, and he's not tech savvy at all. And he was very nervous, and we spent a couple of days with him, and he really did well with it, but he had a lot of questions. So these 4 weeks, if you don't get something in these next 2 days and you're just like, man, I just can't figure this out, don't stress, don't freak out. We will cover it in detail on the next 4 weeks. It's one of my biggest, I said in the email when I emailed you guys, one of my biggest problems with most events are you go to an event and you learn a ton of information. It's almost like information overload. And then you leave that event and you're kind of just left with your notes and maybe some training materials, and you're confused, and you're trying to remember how to put it all together, which is why I'm doing 4 weeks of training after this. I have it set up for an hour, and what I found is that in my little test case that I did, that's worked out great. But if we have to go longer than that, I don't care. The main thing is I want you guys to learn it. And that's why we've set up those 4 weeks. Is I want you guys going virtual, and I want you to see what will change in your lives when you get to the point where you can do this business from a virtual level, and you don't have to be involved. I'm telling you right now, every single one of you guys have, if you haven't done a ton of deals, you won't have as many bad habits than as if you have. I'm going to have to break down some bad habits that I need to help you get rid of so that you can open up the floodgates and actually do a lot more deals. So it'll be fun watching you guys, really transcend into this new way to do things. So one of the first things we're going to do, did everybody get their folder yet? Are you working on it? Okay. You don't need your folder for this first exercise we're going to do. I'm going to have, have any of you guys ever taken the DISC test? Anybody?
Yes.
I
I
just
did.
did.
Sarah has, Robbie has, Rod, you have?
Yep, a couple days, about 3 days ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, good. But I want you guys to, we're going to do a little exercise, and we're going to take this. Now, if you've already just, like, for you, Rod, what was your DISC result?
I gotta bring it up.
Who else? Robbie, you've done it too?
Yes, I did. It was D.
A D?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, you getting everybody set? Okay, so we're gonna take a few minutes. I need you guys. I want you to take this disc test now. If you already have taken it before, you don't necessarily have to do this part. But me. Yeah. So sorry about that, guys. We're just trying to help the last couple people here. Okay, so if you haven't taken the disc test, you must. You're going to understand why a little bit more because we're going to really jump into it not only later today but tomorrow as well. It's very, very important as you build out your virtual business, and you'll see why. Another thing is we're going to be talking some negotiating tomorrow, and you're going to see why that's important there too. So I want everybody, you've all got your computers. Obviously, we're on a computer here. I want everybody to go in and Google Tony Robbins disc test. Google Tony Robbins disc test. That coming up for everybody?
One second here.
Shit.
Brian, that coming up for you?
Yeah, it is. I've taken it before. I've taken a few different personality tests. I always test out high D, high I,
Okay, good.
and then really low on the what is it, the C?
Okay, and that's
C, it's not the analytical.
is anybody that's taken this? Have any of you guys taken it and came in with a high C? Anyone?
I'm trying to pull mine up. I think I was in like the D level. I'm just trying to pull up the PDF document that he sent me.
Okay, so nobody's been a high C, and that's pretty normal to be honest with you. But that's also why, that's one of the reasons why we're going to help you with this whole turning your business into a virtual business. One of the most important pieces is outsourcing, and that whole outsourcing thing is best. You'll see why when we go through it in some detail a little bit later on the right personality. So what I want everybody to do, even if you've done it before, let's do it again. This would be a good exercise. It's going to play a very big part in some of the key stuff we're going to learn. But I want everybody to Google Tony Robbins disc test and then go ahead and retake the disc test. Or if you haven't ever done it, this is going to be amazing. If you haven't done it, what it is it's not an IQ test. This has nothing to do with how smart you are. It doesn't mean you're a hard worker or not. It's simply a personality test. And this is a very important piece on how, when you start hiring virtual assistants to do some of your work, you're going to see why this is so important. And with negotiating and every other aspect, we're going to dive pretty deep on this over the next couple of days, in and out on it. So go ahead, pull that, Google Tony Robbins disc test. It's a free test. If you Google Tony Robbins with it, go through and take this test. And I'm going to give you a few minutes to do that right now. Let me know if you're having trouble finding it.
Is the one that's off his website, Matt?
No, well, it might be something that you can see on his website. Typically, we just Google.
It's the one. It's on Tony Robbins' site.
It's TonyRobbins.com/DISC.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. Thanks, Ryan.
Yep.
So take a few minutes and burn through that, and let's get that done.
I can't get rid of Chris. I tried calling him and texting him.
He bounced off. No, he's on here.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
All right.
Can we text him? Here he is right here.
Unmute him. you want to unmute everybody?
Oh, they're muting and unmuting themselves.
Oh.
I don't know. I can't do it.
Let's see.
Well, there he is.
Is that better for you? Or do you like yours big?
Oh,
Probably fine. So,
yeah. Let's change this background real quick.
mhm.
Then I can mute me if I want.
Yep.
Let's do that real quick. So, I just muted everybody. Just so you guys know, I went ahead and muted everybody, but you can unmute yourself if you need to ask me something. So.
Hey, Matt, so I found my disc test. I took it on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
It was a SC.
An SC. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. we're going to be going through that stuff in detail and what all that means.
Matt,
Yes.
can you
Yep.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I took it on Tuesday. It wouldn't let me take it again, but I printed the results.
Okay.
So my disk style is an IC,
Okay.
and which I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but where's the other one? I just saw it. I thought I saw a D somewhere. Does that sound right?
Well, you said you're an IC, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, that means your dominant eye.
Okay.
And we're going to go through what that means in detail.
Okay.
Check your email.
Oh, here it says the dominant D look at my accomplishments. What's the other? Okay, never mind. Oh, I see. Okay.
So what is it then?
So it's the assessor is IC.
Okay.
I guess to correct, my style was formalist SC.
What's that?
Formalist SC.
SC? Okay. Okay. We'll be talking about what that means.
Okay.
All right. Unmuted.
So Amanda goes on 15, right?
How's everything? How's it coming along for you guys? Good?
Coming along,
Okay.
getting there.
That'd be great.
How's it going, guys, gals? Are you guys finishing up? Are you close to being done?
Just submitted.
Okay. So Tara, you're done. Chris, how you doing? You get yours?
Getting there.
Okay. Brian, you're good. Rod's good.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't think I paid for the full results, or maybe I did, but
You shouldn't have to pay. It's free.
yeah, the results page says you can get like a
Yeah, you don't need to do that.
4-page detail or stuff like
Nope,
that.
you don't need to do that.
Okay.
Okay, so
Pretty detailed analysis once you get your results.
yeah. This is really really important stuff, not only to understand your personality, but also every single person that you come in contact with. And as you guys will see, when we start going through some of these details, the people that you hire, if you hire, even if it's a virtual assistant that you're paying $2 an hour to, if you hire a virtual assistant to do a specific task and that doesn't match up well with their personality type, it's never going to work out. So this is why some of it's so important. That's why we're so good at, people always like, man, Matt, you're lucky. You always find, you always find the best people the first time out. And it's not luck. It's a process we follow. It eliminates a lot of frustration and stress. I'm not saying you'll get it right the first time every time, but we're pretty good. Like we've got it dialed in. Actually, the hiring guide has all that in there already.
I already dropped that book in there.
Okay.
Matt,
Yep.
do you have people that you're going to hire take this test?
Every single person. In fact, and they have to take the test even if we don't even know if we're going to be interested in them yet. So we're going to go through that process here in a minute. But once we submit an ad, let's say on Upwork.com, we're going to go through this in a little bit, and somebody responds that they're interested in the job, the very next step is for them to take the DISC test, because we've already predetermined what personality type works best for that job title. And if you put the wrong personality type for the wrong job title, it won't work out. It'll be very, very painful. It'll be frustrating. Trust me.
Man, I'm the I, and then I'm tied on like 2 others.
What's that? Say that again.
Like 44% on the I.
Okay.
Tied on like 2 others.
What are the other 2?
The C and B.
Okay. ISC.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good.
Everyone got that stuff.
In the hiring guide too. Okay. Cool. All right. So who's still taking it? Who's left?
I am. I'm just
Jeff?
finishing up here, yeah.
I am. I'm almost done.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. Hey, Josh. Josh, what was your personality?
I was an ID.
ID?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys, you have a folder that you'll be able to go into that they got emailed it, right?
Everyone got it.
Everybody got it. So for you guys that are done, go ahead and just to make you aware, this folder you have, these are all different folders right here, right?
Share screen.
Okay, hang on.
You're doing.
Hang on. Let me go. Do this.
Yep.
Okay.
Desktop. Yep. Share.
Okay, so everybody can wait, am I muted?
Can't hear you.
Okay, so you guys can hear me now.
Yep.
So everybody can see my screen here. You guys have all these folders, okay? For you guys that are done and ready to go, I want you to, I'm going to do a screen share so you can follow along, but I just want to let you know I'm going to be in this workbook next. This is a workbook that you guys have that nobody else has. So I'm going to pop this open right here.
They can see it, right?
Yeah. You guys can see this, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Jeff, how close are you?
Almost,
Okay.
almost done. I can't tell where I'm at here. I don't see how much more there is to go. 10 out of 10 here. I'm almost done. Just a second.
Okay.
I think, almost done here. Well, I am done. Okay. It's rotating right now, I guess, for results. There you go. Okay. So demographics, it's continuing, huh? Demographics. What about that?
A little bit more to go, and then it finishes up.
You're almost done.
Okay.
Let's see here. We're going to go to page 16. Oh, it's not lined up, is it?
This is just a different chapter.
Is that my computer?
You close your tabs though. It's killing me. I won't see it.
Okay. Download results.
I'll close out some of them in a minute.
Okay. So what do we do here? Just look at,
Yeah, what's it say is your dominant, the dominant personality?
it just says at the very top, disk styles. Your disk style is networker-I or 1.
Okay, you're an I.
I'm an I.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody's got theirs, right? Everybody's good. They know what they are.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, let's keep moving here. So what I'm doing here, I just showed you guys. You guys can see my screen. I went into the virtual business workbook, and we're just going to go through each one of these personality styles, and I'm going to show you where these match up with different job positions. So real quick, as we're going to kind of burn through this. So if you're a D, if you're a dominant D, that means you are typically D's are kind of considered more leader types. They're competitive. They're dominant. They can So some of the pluses of the D is they're very deadline motivated. They typically take charge. They're a lot of times goal oriented and results oriented. They take action quickly, but a lot of times without a lot of research first. Just so you guys know, I when I took this test, I was 99% D, and then I had 1% C. So I'm very D. But the downsides to D, every single personality type has good things about that personality, and some things have bad things about that personality. Now, the downside to a D is sometimes they can kind of bulldoze right over people, and they don't necessarily, they're often wrong, but never in doubt, right? They'll bull right over people, and you can't argue with them a lot of times. and they're always right. And that's, you know, I know that well because that's my personality style. So I've had years and years and years of fixing a lot of that stuff that I've had to overcome. But goal-oriented, detail or results-oriented, get stuff done, natural leaders. That's a D. Now an I is more of a influential. We're talking about somebody that's life of the party, a very people person. So you go back to a D. D people are not people. They're get the task done people. Get out of my way people. I is more like let's all work together. I get energy from working with people. I want to be around people. I see somebody and I want to get a group together. Let's go out to eat. Let's, you know, life of the party, always planning stuff. So like for me, I'm a D, and Trina, my girlfriend, is an I. She took the, I think she was a 96 or 7% I. So we're very opposite in that. Where I want to sit at home on a Friday night or Saturday night, she wants to go out and let's go meet up with people. So for her, going through this whole shelter in place is very difficult. If you're an I and you're in shelter in place, you're miserable right now because you need people to draw energy into you. So I's are they're very good with people. They're natural at building rapport and building a relationship with people. You know, Trina could be somewhere. It doesn't matter if we travel and we go to a hotel. Before you know it, I look away and she's got 3 new friends that she just met somewhere at the pool and now they're hanging out. Like that's a natural I. They're very good with people. So, but you know, like I said, you know, every personality style has strong strengths and weaknesses. So what's a weakness of I? One is they're very easy at getting their feelings hurt. Then we're talking dominant. We're talking if you're, you know, 90+% D, 90+% I, 90+% C, 90+% S. If you're a combination, you may not relate to this exactly, but an I, they can get their feelings hurt very easily. If they're told something and they feel like they've let you down, they feel really bad about it. They want to make people happy. So the I's, like for example, I had Trina run with her being 96% I had her run maintenance one day, and a tenant called in and was very upset because something was broke in their house, and immediately Trina's breaking down, she's in tears. This person needs help and I can't help them immediately and I don't know what to do. That's the I personality. So they're not good at rejection a lot of times, the strong I's. Now, let's go to the S. S personality is a very steady personality type. Pretty tough to shake an S. They kind of like you can be all, they can have a tough situation hit them in the face and they're kind of even keel about it. They're calm. They're steady. They can handle that type of things. They're stable, but they're very supportive. They work at their own speed. They're very reliable, but sometimes, you know, on the downside, sometimes they're slow. And an S can be sensitive as well. They can get their feelings hurt if they feel like you aren't treating them right. They could get their feelings hurt. Most S's, any charity that's in the that's in the world, any nonprofit charity almost always is run by an S. If you've got a child at your house, or maybe you've had kids in the past and they're grown up now, but maybe they always wanted to save the animals, or they see a little bunny rabbit out in the yard that needs help. They're going to run out there and help that. That's their type. They want to help people. They want to help everybody. So, but they're a little slow sometimes, but they're stable, steady. You can count on them. And then you have the S person or the C personality. Now, in 85% of the positions that you fill in your company, doesn't matter if it's a virtual assistant or a real person, the C personality is what you want for somebody that you can hand a task to. So C people are task people. They're compliant. They're perfectionist. They're very very careful with what they want to be accurate. And they are very, hey, I've got this list to do. I'm going to hit every single thing on this list, and I want to get this list done. They're very, very task-oriented, perfection-oriented, detail-oriented. So if you need something done and you want it done right, you hand it off to a C. When Amanda took this DISC test, she was 99% C. Now you guys are gonna, some of you guys might already know Amanda, some of you may not, but she's gonna be training, helping me train a couple sections here, so you'll meet her today. But when I hand a task to Amanda, she's a 99C, not only does it get done, it gets done right, there's no mistakes, and it's exactly in the process that I have given her. So if she's got a process, she doesn't skip from 1 to 4 to 7 to 10. She goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She follows it exactly. Now, me being a D, when I buy something and I get instructions with it, like say I got to put something together, I immediately wad that up, throw it away, and I figure it out on my own. I don't have time to read instructions. Does that make sense? So every single personality type is a little different. Now, with a C personality, you can also, they're very analytical. Their minds work mathematically. So if you give them a list of 20 tasks, and that list of 20 tasks will take 10 hours to complete, and you say, I need it done in 2 hours, they will short circuit their brain, self-destruct, and they'll be very upset because they know mathematically that's impossible. So you have to be careful with what you give them. It has to be something that's achievable, that they can get done at the end of their day, and they're proud that it's done and they're happy. So for 85% of the jobs that you'll need, you're gonna be very, very pushing towards the C, strong C personality. So let me give you guys some examples. I'll give you some real world examples. If you had accounting, let's say you wanted to hire a virtual assistant to do your bookkeeping, and you hired that bookkeeper, and that bookkeeper was most I, they were mainly an I, they will fail. In most cases, they will fail. They will not make it. They are not detail oriented. I's are not detail oriented. Every single day, when Trina leaves the house, if she does, she hasn't been leaving the house now because we're in shelter in place, but back when she would leave the house every day to go to the gym, she would walk out to the garage, get in her car, start the car, realize that she forgot her water, walk back in, come back outside, realize, wait, I forgot my gym bag, come back inside. That's just the normal routine. She always forgets something. That's a lot of I's are like that way. So they're not detail oriented. They're people oriented. They're just, I want to rush through and I want to get to the gym so I can go meet people. We have an amazing gym at our house. So think about this. Some of you guys, if you've seen on Instagram, I have an amazing custom gym. I mean, I had a weightlifting company come in and CAD out my whole gym and totally design this thing. And Trina doesn't work out there. She does right now because we're in shelter in place and all the gyms are closed. But even before that, she didn't work out in our own gym. Why? Because she wants to go to the gym to be with people. So imagine you've got an accounting process to do, and you're sitting at home by yourself, and you've picked an I to do your bookkeeping. It isn't going to be done right. They're going to be distracted. They would rather be on Facebook, looking at Facebook, seeing what other people are doing. They're not detail oriented. They're not set up to do bookkeeping work. The same thing with, let's say, for example, if you had a D, let's say you've got a reception area and you've got an office and there's a receptionist working, and let's say that receptionist is a D personality. If you have a D personality as a receptionist and somebody walks in the door, that person is not excited to see anybody walk through the door. How quickly, okay, they walk in, they're not like, hi, how are you? How's your day? How's everything going? They're just, literally, what do you need? Well, I need to talk to this person. All right, well, have a seat. I'll go see if I can find him. That's a D, like you never would want that person running your front desk. Now an I, you do. That's where you want an I personality. that somebody walks through the front door, they're excited to see him. Wow, that I get to talk to somebody. Hey, how are you doing? How's your day? What are you up to? Hey, did you notice how nice it was outside? What did you been doing? Like, they want to know everything. That's why it's so important to get this right. Now, if you have tasks to do and you're a D personality like me, several of you guys were some Ds, and you hire a D to work for you as a virtual assistant, you will hate that person within the first 5 to 6 days. Why? Because a D, if you're a D and you hire a D to do work for you, hey, I've got this process. I want you to follow it step by step. This is how we're going to find some cash buyers. Follow it step by step. Let me know when you're done. Send me your list. They read the thing and they're like, first of all, this whole process is stupid. I've got a better idea. I've got a better way to do this. And they immediately want to redo everything that you've already built. That's why we like C's. They're compliant. You give them a task, they follow the steps, and they get it done. So not only, if you get good at this, not only do you make your life easy because you're hiring the right people, but you make their life better too. They're happier. You place somebody that you put them in a job that they're made for and their personality style works with, they're happy. They never leave. Does that make sense, you guys? So that's why that's important. Now, we're going to be talking tomorrow about negotiating. I want to dial in some negotiating with you guys too, because I want to help your conversion rate. The same thing with sellers. If you have to learn this so well. Like, if you come into my company, every single person in my company knows the DISC test, and they know how to identify who they're dealing with. So, for example, if you are going to go on an appointment, or your acquisitions person goes on an appointment to go buy somebody's house, and the person that you're meeting is a C personality, you have to learn how to, identify that quickly. And a lot of times you can identify that over the phone in one simple phone call within 30 seconds. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer. But when you go to talk to this person, either on phone or in a meeting, if that person's a C personality and you show up 3 minutes late for the appointment, you're out. You're not buying the house, because the C, you said you were going to be there at 9 o'clock, and the C was waiting at 9 and you weren't there. And now you're 3 minutes late. The C's thinking, this person I can't trust. I don't trust this person. They said they would be here at 9, and they were here at 9:03. I don't trust them. Deal off. No matter anything else you do that day, it won't matter. Now, if the person's an I and you show up 3 minutes late, you already beat them there. They were going to be, they wanted to be there at 9. I's are always late. They're going to be there at 10 after anyway. So they don't even know you're late. Now, when you get there, they're going to have a whole reason on why they were late. And they're going to tell you their whole story of the morning of, well, I walked outside, I forgot my keys, I had to go back in, then I realized I didn't have the keys to the house. Oh boy, this has just been an amazing day. And then tell me about how your day's going. So that's a difference. So you can slide that with an I, but you can't slide that with a C. The D is going to be the same way. If you show up and you want to buy somebody's house, and let's say that person is an I, and you want to buy their house, and let's say you're a C, they're an I, and so you walk up and you got a list of everything that you need to get through, and you walk up to the I and say, hey, the I wants to get to know you. They want to talk. They want to build relationships first. They're relationship people, not task. So you get there and you say, hey, I'm ready to look at your house. Hey, let me look around the outside. Hey, what's this? And you immediately get into the house and you skip the relationship build part. You're out. Now the I doesn't trust you. Wait a minute. I want to meet this person. I want to talk to them for a minute. I want to get to know them. This guy just wants to jump into the house. He doesn't like me. I'm offended. This is what's going on psychologically, mentally inside their head. This person doesn't like me. I must look bad today. He doesn't want to talk to me. All he wants to talk about is my house. I'm out. I'm going to find a different person to buy my house. Does that make sense, you guys?
Absolutely.
That's really, really important. So
Yes.
We'll get into that more tomorrow, but in the part we're working on today, it's very important to understand your personality style so you can first identify where your strengths and weaknesses are. Do not work on your weaknesses, work on your strengths. And then secondly, who you're dealing with and who you're hiring. So in this guide, I have it all laid out for you guys, lots and lots of more detail on each personality style. But I want to jump down here, and I want you guys to go through this more on your own time. You really need to understand this. I can typically identify somebody's personality type within 30 to 60 seconds of meeting them. And I've got an immediate advantage over everybody else that's not paying attention. That's why we can buy so many houses at massive discounts. I want to jump down a few pages, though. You guys can go through all this, but I want to show you what's in here. So we have, so every single position you could think of is in this book. So if you are hiring an operations manager, you guys aren't ready for that yet, but that's a C personality. But let's say, here's an ideal front desk. Every single person that you would potentially hire is in this. So in sales, if you're hiring an acquisitions person, that's where you do want a high I, but you want that person to be a high D as well. Why? Well, because the I's do the best at building a relationship and D's will close the sale. Does that make sense? So when you hire an acquisitions person, they should be a high I, high D. There should be both up there on the scale. And if you do this right, you can, like I used to have, before I really understood this, my acquisitions people were typically, I would hire C's because I didn't at that time understand what I was doing. And then they would never get anything done. It would always be stuck in the detail stuff. But when you start looking for I can immediately build rapport. They like people. The D part of them jumps in there, closes the deal. Accountant bookkeeper should be a high S with high C. Project manager, high C, high D. Lead manager, high C. This is what Amanda does, one of the jobs she does in my company. So, so when it comes to a personal assistant, somebody that's going to do task style work, you want to keep it into a C personality. So most everybody that you hire other than an acquisitions person will be a high C. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So what I want to do, let me see if I can. There we go. Okay, sorry guys, I'm trying to learn this too. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna jump back. Okay, so I want to do a quick exercise with you guys. Let's just go leave it back here. I want to do a quick exercise with you guys to take this one step further. So get out a piece of paper. Everybody get out a piece of paper. Fresh piece of paper. And draw a line down the center of the paper, straight down the center. So you have it looking like this, what I have pulled up on my screen right here. Okay. Now, this is very, very important exercise. Draw the line down, and I want you to take a few minutes, and on the left side of the paper, I want you to write everything that you're not good at or you hate to do, okay? Left side of the paper, everything you dread doing in real estate in your regular day, if that's fine too. But man, every time I see this thing, I just don't want to do it. I'm not good at it or I hate to do. On the other side of the piece of paper, I want you to write down everything that you love doing or that you're good at, okay? So left side, everything that you hate to do or you're not good at. Right side, everything you love doing or that you're good at. Take a few minutes, write this down. Get 10, 12 things aside real quick here. Left side, everything that you're not good at or you don't like to do. Right side, everything that you are good at or you like to do it. Very important. You guys getting this? Got 10, 12 things aside?
I got more stuff that I don't like than what I do like doing.
That's pretty normal, actually. You guys need a few more minutes?
I'm about ready.
What's that?
I'm pretty much ready.
Okay. Oh, Amanda's on here.
Should be on.
Okay. Tara, how you doing on this? You good? Huh? She can't she can unmute herself, right?
Yeah.
Tara, you good?
Yes.
Okay, Chris, you got it?
Yeah, I'm actually the opposite. I have more things that I like to do. I'm trying to figure out what I hate.
What was your personality style?
44% I, 23% S, 23% D.
Okay. Well, that could explain that.
Yeah.
All right, you guys good with this? Did everybody have enough time to get this done? Anybody need more time? All good? Okay, so let's go through. I'm gonna use who wants to volunteer to kind of talk about their list. Rod, you good with that? You want to volunteer?
Sure.
Or I just volunteered you?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So let's learn why this is important. So tell me about some of the stuff that you don't like to do or that you're not good at.
I don't like Craigslist ads.
Okay.
Posting Craigslist ads. Cold calling.
Don't like that.
Don't like that. Data entry. I don't like that.
What was your personality style again?
SC.
Okay. Yep.
I don't like showing property to buyers. Can't stand that.
Okay.
I don't like setting up like marketing brochures. I'm not too good at that. Don't like importing lists.
Okay.
You have.
What are some of the things you do like doing?
I do like talking with sellers and building rapport. I think I'm pretty good with that.
Which
I get along-
explains your S.
Yeah. I enjoy pulling comps. I think I'm pretty good at that, finding
Okay.
values of properties.
Okay.
And I like negotiating
Okay.
with sellers.
Good. Chris, you want to share?
Yeah. And is this like just general or am I on? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is this general or just real estate or both?
It could be both, really.
Because I do mostly general, but so the things I like to do, I like to learn, love to learn new things, both new things or just deeper mastery of something, being active, just hiking, walking, just being outdoors. I like to creatively find solutions to problems like in a business. So if you can, solve a customer's, pain point, that's really fun. Socializing, just helping others, volunteering, sports, playing music. Things I hate, reports, data entry, writing emails, sending texts, being on an endless group text.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I love to read, but I don't like reading like in a linear fashion. I'd rather just, pull what I need to get and go. So.
Yep. Okay, good. Good stuff. So here's why I had you guys do this exercise. I wanted you guys to do this because here's the thing. Everybody gets into real estate. A couple things happen. One is they get into real estate and they think they have to do everything, right? One reason is a lot of times everybody's trying to do it. They want to do it themselves. They want to learn it, but then they also don't want to spend a bunch of money hiring people and going through that process. And then I got to rely on somebody else. But a lot of times they get into real estate and they want to do everything themselves or feel they have to. And the things that they don't like to do become roadblocks for getting deals done. So for example, if you don't like a specific task and that task needs to be done in order to get a real estate deal done, you're going to always get up and find a reason to gravitate towards that morning. You're going to say, hey, I like doing these things over here, so I'm going to go over and do these things. That other thing over there that I don't like to do, I'll get to that later. And you always push it off, because you just dread doing it. Rod, you mentioned you don't like cold calling. I was never big. Now I've gotten good on the phone over the years just through repetition. But I remember being so scared, like I've got to call a seller. I'm staring at my phone. I don't want to make the phone call. I'm so nervous. This guy's going to think I'm stupid. I don't know what to say. I've never done this before. I don't like talking to people anyway. And it was a roadblock. I wouldn't cold call. So, or wouldn't talk to people on the phone. So what happens is the things that you don't like to do or that you're not good at becomes those things that keep you from getting deals done and getting momentum done. One is you're not good at them anyway, so it takes you longer to do them. Two is you avoid them like the plague, and typically you will never do them, and that's one of the reasons why you look back in a year and you haven't done any deals. So imagine you hire the wrong person to help you with those things, and that's not set up for their personality type either. So that they won't get done right. You'll be frustration. So, but imagine you do know how to do this, and you guys will, and you do hire the person that can do those things, and they love doing those things. They love cold calling. They love talking to people. They love all that stuff, to the point where now you've eliminated that roadblock, and you've got somebody else that can do this for you for pennies on the dollar, and massive progress happens. One of my one of my cold callers is a virtual assistant, and every single day, every morning. Now, imagine what a cold caller likes, talking to people, right? That's why they're cold callers. They like being on the phone. This person emails me every single morning to let me know that they're going to start work today, and I hope everybody has a good day, and I'm getting ready to start my cold calling. Like, that's their personality type. They like communicating with people. So that's why that stuff's really important. So your job over the next 2 days, plus the weeks following, as we dial in your business, your job is to get the stuff off your plate that you are not good at or you don't like to do. And then to really dive deep on the stuff that you do like to do or that you're good at. Now, you can get to the point where you don't do any of this stuff. You can get to the point where, but you have to do something in the course of your day. Like one of the biggest reasons why I got back into real estate education was that I had outsourced my entire real estate company, and I was spending less than 5 hours a week in real estate, and I didn't have anything to do. And I caught myself sitting on the couch a lot, eating too much, watching too much TV, and just everything I didn't like doing in life. That's what I ended up doing because I didn't have anything else to do. And then I decided, you know what? I've got to do something with my time, and I got back into the real estate education stuff. So without that, I was headed to a lifestyle that I didn't want to do. But you can get your real estate company to the point where you don't do any of this stuff. You can just be the guy on the coach on the sidelines, coaching everybody and running the plays. It's just up to you, but you got to do something with your time, right? The thing I love about being virtual is you can travel and still close deals. We're going to be talking about closing deals from anywhere you're at in the country. But focus heavily. That list is important to you, and you can build on this list. What you just wrote doesn't mean you have to stop there. In fact, when I'm coaching people, a lot of times I tell them, take a notebook and keep that notebook with you all day long. And every time you need to get a task done and you're like, I need to get this done, but I just don't want to do it, or you find yourself procrastinating, write that thing down and get it off your plate. Hand it off to somebody else. That is the only way. You guys are going to unlock amazing potential in the next couple of days. You're going to be, not only will you be more satisfied and happy internally, but you're going to get way more done because you're not going to be doing the stuff that you shouldn't be doing. I always tell the story. Amanda's on here right now. I always tell the story when I hired Amanda. I think I hired Amanda a little over 8 years ago. And what I did when I hired Amanda was I did the exact exercise that you guys just did. I wrote down on a piece of paper, on one side of the piece of paper, I wrote down everything I didn't like to do and what I wasn't good at, the other side, the opposite. And I used that as an interview sheet when I hired Amanda. And what I found was the stuff that I thought she'd have 40 hours a week to do, she was getting done in 10 and 15 hours because those are the things, the stuff I was good at was the stuff I was really, really bad at that I didn't like to do was stuff that she was amazing at. So what would take me 40 hours to do it, she was doing it in 10 to 15 hours. The same thing will happen when you guys get a virtual assistant to do that stuff. What you think is a lot of work is not a lot of work to a person that loves doing those things. I have a computer. It's sitting right back here. I don't know, Tyler, it's off right now, by the way. But this computer, every morning, we keep it here. You guys are going to learn how to do this, I think today. But this computer, one of my virtual assistant, her name is Leslie. She logs into that computer. And sometimes I watch with amazement. Like the screen's moving so fast, and one of Leslie's jobs is posting my Craigslist ads, all my for rent ads. She's moving so fast, I can't even believe it. Like I couldn't move my mouse that fast and type that fast to save my life. If I was doing what she was doing, now she posts every single vacancy I have. She posts it twice a day on Craigslist. Now, I think we have like 18 or 20 vacancies total. And so out of like 1,400 units. So she's posting 36 ads in the course of a day. And she only logs 3 hours a day. She has to turn in a timesheet. She only logs 3 hours a day on Craigslist ads. Plus she posts a whole bunch of other ads for me every day on non-leasing stuff like finding buyers and stuff like that. So think about that. If I did that job, it would take me all day long to do the ads. What she does in 3 hours would take me 8. So, so that's the cool part about pushing the stuff off your plate. Now, Leslie makes $3 an hour. So for her to work 3 hours a day, it cost me $9. Pretty cool, huh? So I saved 8 hours out of my day to have her do that job, and it cost me $9. What the heck can I do with an extra 8 hours in my week? A lot. If I focus on the stuff that I'm good at and the stuff that makes me money and writes my biggest paycheck, and I put 8 hours to that, I'm making a ton of money doing that. The same thing with you guys. The more time you're spending away from the stuff that you're not good at and you don't like to do, that means you're going to spend more time on the stuff that you're amazing at and that you love to do. That directly equals money in your pocket. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
so that is the goal. So again, what I like to do is, that's just a quick exercise. What I want you guys to do from here now till forever, until you get to the point where you're literally working the hours you want to work, whether that be 5 hours a week like I do to flip 20 to 30 houses a month, or maybe you want to work 20 hours. Maybe you want to work 40. I don't know. It just depends on what you want. But you will keep doing this process of writing down, carrying a sheet of paper with you and writing down the things that you're not good at in the course of your week. Every time you get to something that you're not good at or you don't like to do, write it down and get it off your plate until you settle out with only doing the exact tasks that you love. Jeff asked me, what do I love to do and what are you really good at? What I love to do, I love to come up with ideas. I'm the idea guy. So I think of ideas, and then I love to watch my team implement those ideas. Like, for example, I got Tyler sitting back here on my couch. So we're up here. So just so you guys know, maybe I'll do like a little video later. I'm at my house right now, and I'm sitting, I have a 4-car garage on one side of my house. And above this 4-car garage, I had this room that was just all studs. And we decided to finish it out and build it into a little studio because I don't leave my house. Now, we did this long before the shelter in place because I don't like to leave my house. I never go to the office. I have an 18,000 square foot office, 8 minutes from, if I get in my car right now, I'm at my office in 8 minutes. So it's not a long drive. There's only 2 stop signs from there, from leaving here to my office is 2 stop signs. It takes me 8 minutes to get there, and I still never go. I don't like leaving my house. I am a 99% D. That means I don't like being around a lot of people. And so I work from home. So we built this out for me to do the education stuff. And I just sit up here and work. So we got a little couch area sitting back here. So Tyler's back there. Amanda's in Arizona. But I'll give you an example of, what I like to do. I like to come up with ideas and watch people implement. So I can tell Amanda, I can say, hey, like when we learned lead Sherpa, for example, I overheard somebody saying, man, this lead Sherpa thing is amazing. I'm crushing it. We're doing more deals than ever. I wanted to learn lead Sherpa, but I didn't want to do any of it. I'll be honest with you guys. I've never been on the website. I've never logged into lead Sherpa once. All I did was get a hold of Amanda. I probably sent her a text and I said, hey, I want to start doing lead Sherpa, learn everything and send me the process when you're done. Voila, naturally, 24 hours later, I have the exact step-by-step process we use for lead Sherpa. And the next thing I know, we're buying houses through lead Sherpa with texting. That's what I love to do. I love having the idea and watching my team implement. The same thing with Tyler. If I have an idea, I'll get up in the morning. Tyler comes to my house every day at 8 a.m. We come up here and we work. I just say, Tyler, I have this idea, build it out. So you'll notice that a lot of you guys see my freebie Fridays that we do? You notice how if you notice that I'm never in any of it, that's because I just have the idea. I'll just say, hey, Tyler, I want to do a freebie Friday today on what we're doing with this. And then he creates the whole thing. Amanda does the same stuff. So I like my job. I love coming up with ideas, and I love to watch my team implement. We have I hope you guys get a chance to come to my office, and I do some events there. It's really a cool facility, big 18,000 square foot. We built a whole warehouse. When I decided to do the warehouse and build out this warehouse, and it is state of the art, you guys. I mean, this thing will blow your mind. I literally went to my team and said, warehouse. I said, I want to buy materials at a discount. I want to cut out the middlemen. I want to buy bulk, and I want a way better deal on materials. And I said, build it out. Let me know. And I literally basically gave that much direction. And the next thing I know, my team builds out the whole thing. We've got our own barcode system. Everything it correlates and integrates into Podio and QuickBooks. And we got shelves and inventories and mins and maxes and all this amazing automatically texting contractors coming. Like, it's an amazing deal. I didn't have to do any of it. All I did was say, I want to build that. This is my idea, and let the team run with it. So every one of you guys will have your own thing that you're amazing at. So I do the stuff that I want to do, and I don't do anything that I don't want to do. Now, I've done over 4,000. It's probably closer to 5,000 or 6,000 by now, guys. But I always say 4,000 because I know we documented that amount a long time ago. But now I'm just, for me, I've done every single piece of the real estate part. And I just kind of don't want to do any of it anymore. I don't know if it's because I'm 40, I'll be 45 this year. But I've got an amazing team, and I've built a pretty cool system. And I just kind of like watching it work, and I like checks to come in. Or wires, I should say. So that's kind of my involvement. I love this real estate education stuff. This is my new thing. This is like my new fun little project. So it's kind of neat to do. So I just do that. But all of you guys will continue to dial in the things that you're amazing at, that you love to do, and your job is to push the stuff off your plate that you hate to do or you're not good at, and watch your income grow. Okay, so does that make sense? This is an exercise you're going to do forever. So your job is to never do and get everything off your plate that you don't like to do as quickly as possible, and that's what we're going to be learning. So every part of the whole transaction process, start to finish, from the time you get a lead, from that whole process to closing a deal, can be done without any of your involvement. Okay, you don't have to do any of those pieces if you don't want to. Maybe you like talking to sellers. Great, then do that part. Now, you're going to do all those jobs in the beginning at some point, because you've got to be able to know kind of what it is and hand it off to somebody else. I did every job in my company up until, maybe 10 years ago. And then I started handing stuff off. So, but as soon as you know the process, and as soon as you decide that you want to hand that off, get it off your plate. So I want to jump into, remember I told you guys this was a workshop. You're going to work. Okay. We're going to do some work here. Notice I've got you doing stuff already. But Amanda, you're there, right? Can Amanda hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, there you are. Hey, Amanda. What I want to do is I want you to go through the process of getting Upwork set up for everybody. Okay. So they need to follow along and do the stuff that you're showing. So I want you to teach them Upwork, how to set that up. Okay. And how to place an ad for a virtual assistant, okay?
Okay. You want me to go ahead and get started right now?
Yeah, so you know how to do a screen share and all that good stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you guys ready to work?
Yep.
We are ready.
Are you guys ready to get a virtual assistant?
You want them to know about the new tab and follow.
Yesterday.
Yeah, so what I want you guys to do is follow along with Amanda, open up a tab on your screen, and kind of do this stuff. Follow along. Now, I want to do a disclaimer here. Do not get overwhelmed. Amanda, you probably need to like tell yourself a little mental note to kind of go, at 10% of your normal speed because you're so
Yeah,
this.
I have
Oh.
this pulled up too, so I can slow down. And
Okay. So
yeah.
every single thing that Amanda's going to show you guys, you have a step-by-step. Not only do you have the step-by-step process to do it, there's also a video on it as well. But I want to walk through this so you guys can get this process going. I want you guys to get a virtual business. So follow along with Amanda, and we'll ask questions, and we'll make sure that there's no confusion on how to do what we're going to do. So go ahead, Amanda.
Okay, so if everybody wants to go ahead and pull up Upwork.com, that's where we're going to start. And then once you're there, you'll want to click sign up if you don't already have an account. And then you can use your Google account to sign in or enter your work email address. And since I already have an account, it won't let me do this step. So that's why I pulled up this so that I can show you the questions as we go through them on how to answer some of these onboarding questions. So once you click sign up, put in your email, it's going to ask you for your password, and it's probably going to have you verify your account. So I'm going to give everybody a few minutes to do that. Is everybody ready to move on?
I'm setting up my password now here.
Okay.
We noticed
Could be
you're using
shortly.
Gmail. Do you like to use your work?
So we want to put in hire for a project.
Yeah, so if you're at the next step after you you put in your password, it's going to ask you to set up your account. So since you're looking for a virtual assistant, you're going to click hire for a project, check the box, and then finish creating your account. And then the next step just asks to add a business email. And you don't have to do this right now. It will let you just leave it blank and click next. And so that's what I would do. You can always go in later and change any of this information that you're putting here right now. So if there's something you don't know or don't have, you can always skip it and come back to it later. And then everybody should see this screen. Are we here yet?
Not yet. Wait 1 second.
Okay.
I'm there.
Okay, so I don't have to put in a description, do I?
You will, but not right now. So what do
So
you see on your screen?
So I'm at 2 of 8. So it's not allowing me to go forward because I'm not filling it in.
On the email, business email?
Yep.
Or-
No. It says description.
Okay, you may be ahead of us then. So did you do
okay.
hire for a project, business email, and then did you ever fill anything out on this, the what brings you to Upwork today?
This is taking longer than usual. Verify your email. I need help here.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, so I'm waiting. Am I waiting for an email to verify?
What did your screen say? Because we didn't get quite there yet, so I don't know exactly what you're.
I don't either. Okay, so verify your email to proceed.
Okay, so did it have you put in your email and then click verify?
Hey Tara, why don't you I'm unmuted. Tara, why don't you share your screen on Zoom so we can see what's happening?
I have well, first of all, I'm doing it on my phone.
Oh. okay.
Oh, it
Because
might
I
be a
have,
little bit different.
okay, well, I don't know how to do it on my iPad to do both, to keep
Mhm.
you guys up and do the,
Yeah, if it's asking you to verify after you do that through Upwork, you should just be able to go to your email, and they probably sent you a link to click on if you want to check.
okay.
Yeah, so if you're on the phone, it's a little bit too complicated. I mean, we have the training video and this paper here in your folder. Maybe we do it as homework tonight.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good because I'm definitely a visual learner, so I think it's better for me to just watch and then,
Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and proceed. So the options are here. There's a few different options. It really doesn't matter what you pick. I did a little test and clicked all 3 of them, and it still brings you to the next question. So we just click I'm ready to post a job and see candidates. So if you want to go ahead and mark that and click next. These will be the next questions you should see. And again, all of this is just tailored to your account. So I just clicked the first box here that we wanted to see if using freelancers is right for our company. And then this would just be based on your company. So if it's just you, just click it's just me. Is everybody still with me?
Yep.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm not going too fast. All right, and then select your area of expertise. So I just clicked other because I didn't see real estate on here. Not really a big deal. It's just kind of like a initial survey, I guess. And then your business phone number. So you want to put in your phone number. This is where if there's ever any verification needed or that sort of thing, they're gonna contact this phone number.
I didn't see that screen. I'm at get started, step 1 of 8.
Oh, really? Did you have an account before by chance?
No.
Okay, because I literally just did this 2 days ago and went through the steps, but that's okay. So if you're getting started, it might have just skipped some of this. So did you see company name, set up your company?
No, I didn't even see that.
Okay, you can always do this later. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
But I'm trying to just find out. So you're probably here.
Yep.
Okay, where's everybody else at? Chris, what are you seeing on your screen?
Let's see here. That was I don't know if my browser was having an issue or not. Hang on. Let me get back to you.
Yeah, all of these previous questions that we kind of just went through and skipped some of them because it brought you guys a little further ahead. They're not a big deal. It's just survey questions and questions about your company. It has nothing to
Yeah.
do with the ad that you're going to post. So don't worry about
Right. So
it. You
what?
didn't see those.
Yeah, because what? sorry, Amanda. What Upwork's doing is they're just trying to learn a little bit about what you do and how you do it. So, if you've got an account already, if you signed up at one point in time, you probably won't get to some of this. But I wanted to go over it because if you haven't started an account, some of these, like I get a lot of questions from people like, man, I don't know how to answer all these questions with Upwork. So just buzz through this stuff. It really won't impact anything that we're getting ready to set up, but we just wanted you to know that it's there and that we have all this documented for you. If you're missing something or you need to go back, you can do that a little bit later, and then we can answer questions before. So just wanted to throw that out there. Keep moving.
Okay, so is everybody at getting started at this point?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so this is actually where you're going to post your ad. So you can do it. We signed up with the account. It allows you to get started on posting your ad here. Or if you wanted to later post another ad, you can do that straight from your account. So this is where you're going to enter the name of your job post, and you're looking for virtual assistant. So I usually just put virtual assistant for real estate company. If you guys want to go ahead and type that in. Okay, and then you can see I have a little note here about writing down the tasks you want to hand off. You guys just did that with Matt, so we'll just come back to that when we get to the description here soon. And then you should see job category next, and that's where we put virtual assistants. And then if you click next, it's going to ask you for the description. And so here's an example. I'll scroll down just a little further. So it doesn't have specific tasks. This is just a very general ad that you guys could go ahead and start typing in, and then you can list your specific tasks that you wrote down earlier. So if you're looking to hand off like cold calling, you know, or data entry, lead generation, finding buyers, those are all good things to have in your ad. So if you want to get started by typing in this and then adding any tasks you're looking to hand off, you can go ahead and do that now. So I'll give you guys a few minutes to do that.
Amanda, I don't mean to be lazy, but could you just copy and paste it to the chat?
I don't have that now, but I could type it out and then send it to you, but it doesn't really help you right now unless you just want to type in, you know, something. You can type in just a little bit now and come back and edit later if you really want to do that. That's totally fine.
Amanda, you think it would be best if they group together like 3 like things, like in a category almost, like data entry, spreadsheet, direct mail, and like put an ad up for that, and then cold calling is a separate ad later?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Okay.
Because cold calling usually is
Probably
full-time
like a whole
thing.
separate
And
VA.
yeah, and they have the equipment and stuff for that. You guys want to let me know just whenever you're ready to move on, so I know you're finished.
The whole goal of this, guys, is we want to come back tomorrow and have you guys with some leads in your Upwork account. We want to start delegating some tasks to them tomorrow. So if you want to post a couple ads, go ahead.
Screen question.
How's everybody doing?
I'm at the next step 3.
Okay.
I just finished.
Is everybody ready to move on?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Give me like 30 seconds.
Okay. I'll leave it up here for a little longer. Okay, so like Tyler was saying, if you have something specific that you're looking for, like a cold caller, or if eventually you get to the point you want to hire someone for accounting, that would be its own specific ad because they usually specialize in that area and they're pretty good at it. So we usually do those ads separate from just the general virtual assistant for real estate data entry type position. Okay, and then, so you see this next, right? Details? Step 3?
Yes.
Okay, so here you're gonna select ongoing project. You wanna hopefully keep this virtual assistant for a long period of time. You don't just plan to use them for a one-time, data entry type project, and then in the contract, you wanna keep them on your team. So that's what we would select here as the ongoing project. So go ahead and do that.
Alrighty.
And now the screening questions, I'll just explain these really quick, but we don't actually need to select any screening questions at this point. Upwork will, let's see if I can, yep, here we go. So suggested questions, they have some that you can ask. If you want to, you totally can. I usually leave this blank because when we start getting applicants, that's when I'll ask them to do specific things like send us a voice recording so we can hear their English. If you have kind of like a small task that you want to see how they do, we've done that. We've sent them like our buyers spreadsheet and asked them to add like 5 buyers to our list using one of our tools, and we see how they do with that. So you can do that, or you can just ask them questions, but these don't usually tell me a lot about the virtual assistant, honestly, so I skip those. So moving on to step 4, expertise. So where do you want their focus? So I just usually click virtual, communication, data entry. If you guys want to go ahead and select some of these. And then just let me know when you're ready to move on.
For the level of experience for your freelancer, entry level or intermediate?
Yep, so we usually just do entry level. So if you guys want to select that, you're gonna attract more candidates that way. But also you're just looking for a virtual assistant that can literally do most of your like data entry tasks, lead generation, things that don't really require a lot of skill or experience. You're gonna show them how to do all of these things. So
Okay.
entry level is totally fine. If you were looking for somebody like a bookkeeper, like I was saying earlier, you might want to look for at least intermediate, probably expert. Just because they need actual training and knowledge and that sort of thing in that field.
Gotcha.
So here, click entry level and then next, and then location and time zone should be next. Is that what you guys see?
Yeah.
Okay, and so we want to select worldwide.
Okay.
And that just gives us more options. A lot of our virtual assistants, actually, probably all of them are not in the United States. So they're definitely just as good, a lot cheaper. And yeah, so you want to go ahead and select worldwide. And then time zone preference. So this is going to be your time zone or wherever you're buying real estate where you want them to be online, just so that they know when they'll be required to work. So like I would select Arizona or whatever our time zone is, Arizona time. I think we're on our own time.
I don't see time zone preference.
No.
The next
What do you
one,
see on your screen?
region or country of preference.
Okay, so did you select worldwide?
It says it's optional, but
I think time zones only for US, and then when you click on worldwide, that's when you can pick regions or countries.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you good? Are you on the next step already?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, do
And
we,
then-
worldwide, do we put a specific country or just keep it at,
No, keep it totally open.
okay.
Yeah. And then visibility. So this is just who can see your job posting, and you want to just select anyone. We like the freelancers that are individuals, because you will have some like companies come and trying to explain this right, but there will be companies that has their own VAs that they're trying to have you hire, but there's usually like additional fees and stuff associated with that. So it doesn't happen a lot, but sometimes it'll happen, and you'll just have to be able to weed those out. They'll tell you though. It's not like you'll have to guess. So, but just leave it open to anyone. That way you attract more candidates. We want as many people applying for this so that we can weed through them and have more options on who we actually hire. So that's the whole point of that. Sorry, I'm losing my voice too. So choose how many people you need to hire. So for right now, you can just say one freelancer. You can always come back and it'll allow you to repost the same ad. So if you do hire for this one and then you just want to repost the same ad so you don't have to do it all over again, you can do that too. So, all right, talent preferences, it's optional. I usually don't put anything here, but if you were looking for something specific, that's where you would add, again, any specialties, education, experience, anything that you want them to have when they apply. And then, are you guys here now, the talent type preferences?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. So talent type, I usually leave no preference. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier with the independent or agency. If you don't want to even bother with the agency, go ahead and select independent. You'll still get a lot of people applying for your job, so it's not like you're going to miss out. And then it's kind of covered, but right under that, it's the rating. And I always select at least 90% or higher. I don't want anybody that's any lower than that. That's what previous employers have rated them on Upwork. So when you actually click on an applicant, it'll
I'm
take
sorry.
you. Yeah.
Amanda, can you go back under talent type? Is you said no preference or?
You can do no preference. If you don't want to even worry about agencies contacting you, then just go ahead and click independent. That means,
Okay.
yeah, you'll just get the VAs that aren't working under an agency. They're just on Upwork themselves. Then you don't have to worry about additional fees or anything like that. So click independent for the purposes of this video. And then the rating, click 90% or higher, because you want somebody who's been proven to do really good work. You don't want anyone that's had bad ratings in the past. And include rising talent. That just means they're new to Upwork and they don't have a lot of experience yet, but we don't disclude them because you just never know. Okay. And then amount earned, I'll leave that open. I don't care how much they've made in the past. English level. So you probably want to go ahead and select conversational or better. They need to at least be able to hold an English conversation if they're going to be working here and they're going to be on the phone. If you were having someone do cold calling, this is probably a good place to pick fluent or better, but either of those are usually pretty good. We've had good luck just choosing conversational, and they've had pretty good English, so. And then next is your budget. Is everybody at the budget page?
Yes.
Yes.
I am.
Okay. So for long-term VAs, when you're just adding them to the team, we do pay them hourly. And so you go ahead and select pay by the hour. If you were hiring just for like a one-time project, that's when you would do a fixed price most of the time. But for this video, we'll pay by the hour. And then has it asked you the amount yet?
Yeah.
Let's see, I think we're not there yet.
Well, ask me how long do you expect this project to last?
Yep, that's the next thing. So here on my screen, as you guys can see. How long do you expect the project to last? And we just click more than 6 months. We're obviously hopeful that you're adding these virtual assistants to the team. They're going to work out and you're going to have them long term. But it's just a guess, because if it doesn't work out, you can totally end the contract. This isn't locking you into anything. And then a time requirement. So we usually start our virtual assistants out part-time. So less than 30 hours a week. We see how they do. A lot of the times when you first hire someone for a virtual assistant position, you might not have 40 hours a week worth of work yet, because you haven't started, showing them the processes, giving them the work. You'll add to it as you go, and then you'll bump their hours up. So you can choose less than 30 hours a week. And for the purposes of this video, go ahead and do that. If you really didn't know, you could select I don't know yet either. But again, it's not locking you into anything. You can always change it later. Even after you hire them, it gives you the option to change every part of the contract. They just have to obviously agree to it. They have to accept the changes. So now, after you guys have completed those questions, it should ask you to review. Is everybody at that page?
Yeah, Amanda, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Do you ever do less than 1 month so that you can kind of test drive them, and then if you decide to keep them?
You can. The
Or
only
you just
problem with
do
that is
whatever,
this is
more than
yeah.
6 months?
Yeah, so you can totally do that. The only problem I see with that is if you check less than 1 month, this is the ad that's going out to the people that are applying. So if they see that you plan to keep them less than a month, they might
Oh,
not
okay.
know. Yeah, they might not know that you are just, testing them out and plan to keep them longer if it works out. They might just assume
Okay.
the job is less than a month and not be inclined to apply, if that makes sense. But if you do more than 6 months, it's not locking you in. So if it doesn't work out, you can always let them go sooner.
Okay, and then you put less than 30 hours, right?
Yes, exactly. We start them out part-time because, again, there's not usually a ton of work that you have available to them at the moment. You'll start them out with one task, and that's the best way to go too, by the way. So when you guys hire these virtual assistants, you don't want to throw everything at them, because they're not going to know how to do any of this stuff. It's going to be really overwhelming, and they're not going to be able to focus on getting good at one task if they have 30 different things to do initially. So I always start the virtual assistants doing one thing, and let them focus on that. And once I know that they understand how to do that and they get good at it, I'll add something else, and I'll slowly do that over time until they're, they have 40 hours worth of work a week.
Okay.
Okay, so now you should be ready to review your ad. So if you want to just look everything over and let me know if you have any questions right now before you guys decide to post.
Okay, wait a minute. I think I did something wrong. So it says location, United States only.
Okay, so
That's
then
not
go
what I want,
to,
right?
right, so go to the location, and there should be an edit button, this little pencil looking thing right here. If you just click that, you'll be able to make that change and change it to worldwide. Is everybody good with their ad?
All good.
All right, so if you're all good, just go ahead and click Post Job Now. And you should see like success, your job has been posted, a little message from Upwork just letting you know it did go through. everybody get to that page.
Okay, so I have to go back.
Verify my email first.
Okay, yep. So just do that. If it ever asks you to verify your email, then it should send you whatever email you use to sign up with. It'll send a verification link to that email. If you want to just head over to your email and click the link, then it should be good to go, or enter in a code or however it's having you verify.
Mine is
So-
saying your job post is live.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Tara, you were having a question too?
Yes, I have a quick question. So because I didn't put the job description in, I'm going to do that later, then I should just hit save and exit, correct?
Yeah, you can do that. It should allow you to just save the draft and come back to it later if that's what you want
Okay.
to do. Just let me know when everybody else is good. I'm posting that and verifying the email.
What do you guys think so far?
Pretty cool. I didn't think we'd be doing this much actual work with this this quick, but I'm happy that we are.
And Matt, I had a question.
This is a workshop, and I was putting you to work.
I see, man.
This is why this is why I want to do it this way, because you're going to get so much more work done, right?
Matt, I had a question. Just can you comment on, have y'all experimented with like the just independent, and then, you know, I guess because there's some people that do like specific real estate VAs, right? Is that worth any more? Because I think that they'll charge like $8 to $10 or whatever.
You mean, so you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I got a message that popped up on my
Yes.
screen that my microphone was messing up. But yeah, so if you hire a VA with experience, sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. You do have to pay them more typically. The bad thing is they don't know our system. They may have bad habits that we don't want to do it that way. So typically we hire virtual assistants, pay them $3 an hour. They have very little experience, and they plug right into our systems, which now you guys have all of the systems that you can just send right over to the VA and let them plug into our step-by-step process. So you typically shouldn't need, for this type of position, like your first one, you shouldn't need anybody with experience. You have all my systems. Like your VAs are going to be doing the same things mine are doing.
Yeah,
Does
and
that
a
make
lot of
sense?
times they don't train them the way that we train them. So like even if you hired a virtual assistant with real estate experience, you're going to have to train them just like you would a VA without experience, because they're not going to know the way that we do things.
That's good. That makes sense.
So do you guys like this whole you doing the process and doing the work and putting it to
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
my biggest problem with events is you get done and you're overwhelmed and you haven't got anything done. You know what I mean? You just got notebooks full. I wanted to give you guys something where you're plugging it in and getting action. So
Yeah, I love it.
Amanda, go ahead and keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, so right now the ad's posted. So you guys are going to have to wait and then start letting those applications come in. But
Oh, okay, cool. So you're all good. Everybody's posted their ad then?
yeah, so I think everyone who's replied has posted their ad. And then so once it's live, you'll be getting applications. Make sure that your email is under your settings, which if you just signed up, it should automatically save that as your email. So if you go to your settings, I don't know. Let me see if I can just sign in and show you guys really quick. If you go to your dashboard, on the top right side, that's where your settings are going to be under your little icon here. So go ahead and just go to your settings and make sure you have notifications turned on. So when you're actually on your settings, you'll just scroll down to make sure all activity turned on, all activity, and then email. Double check that the email you have here is the email you want to get notified, and then send an email with unread activity for all activity, and then click immediate, because there are different options, but we want to know
So-
as soon as someone applies.
Amanda?
Yeah.
So I don't know where, I can't find the dashboard.
Okay, so if you just click, if you're in your account, let me move the screen. If you just click the Upwork account, really, I think it'll show from anywhere you are, because this is just the top part doesn't change. You see where my mouse is?
On your person?
Yeah,
On your
so click
profile?
on your person. Yep, on your profile, and then click settings.
Got it.
Okay, and then over here on the left-hand side, you'll see notification settings.
Wait 1 second. Okay.
Okay, so if you're on notification settings, you'll just double check everything and make sure it says all activity.
Okay.
And then your email. So when you get to the email, just make sure it is the one you signed up with. It should be. And then
It is, yeah.
all activity and this little drop down menu here that says how often you want to be notified. Click immediate. So as soon as someone applies, you'll get an email notifying you.
Okay.
Okay, so if you guys have done that with your settings. The next thing, we'll go through billing later, but for right now, that should be good. It'll ensure that you get the email applications as soon as they come in.
So here's the thing. So you guys, we will talk tomorrow. I wanted to do this part, one of the first things we did for the day, because I wanted to give us a chance. It's going to take some time before you're going to get responses coming back. Some of you guys might have responses in 10 minutes, but a lot of you guys will see this start going through in the morning, because remember, some of these guys they're on the other side of the world. So what their third shift is our first shift, like for the Philippines. So at 11 o'clock at night is when they would really be starting to work. And so some of them might be sleeping right now. So we'll talk more about some of the leads that come in from your ad tomorrow. But keep your eyes peeled on that. One of the things, Amanda, that I want to do. Do you guys need a 5-10 minute bathroom break quick?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, Amanda, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
Because I'm a little behind. So where it says recruiting, freelancer, all those things are checked. Is that the way it should be?
So recruiting freelancer, let's see. What number are you on? Does it tell you?
So it says other Upwork email updates.
Oh, under the updates, notifications. Yep. Okay, so you can just leave those as default, because when we posted, we just did the independent, and this is for so like if you were recruiting, and that's another thing that you guys can do. I didn't want to overwhelm you. You have your job ad out there right now, and you're going to get applicants coming in, and we can do those as they come in. But another thing you guys can do once you get really familiar with Upwork is up here in the search box, you can find freelancers. And so that's all this is if you were, if you were recruiting somebody for your job, you could search. So like if you just type in virtual assistant, it'll bring you to a lot of people who are looking for work, and you can invite them to your job. So not only can you post an ad to attract people, but you can actually go in, find people that you like here. And you can use filters too. So you can see this one's $25 an hour. You guys aren't going to pay that. So you can filter it down to what you're looking for. And then if you just click invite to job here, it'll give you the option to either create a new job or invite to your job that you have posted.
Amanda, real quick, show them how to filter so it's like the lowest, dollars per hour. And
over here on the left-hand side, you'll see there's categories, and you can leave it either all categories, customer service. It doesn't have real estate here, so I would just leave it all so that you can filter it a little bit further here in a minute. But time zone, I just leave that open. Freelancers and agencies, you'd click freelancers. So this is all of the filters. So anything you want to change is over here on the left-hand side. $10 and below. So if you don't want those, you know, $25 freelancers, you can search $10 and below here. Job success, remember we want 90% and higher.
How cool is it, you guys, that when you hire somebody, you can see what other people that hired them rated their work ability at? I mean, like, you can't do that with you couldn't do that with American workers. If you're going to hire somebody in your office, you don't know what the heck they've done in the past or who's been happy with them. And if if you call their employer to do employment verification for American workers, and that employer says something bad about them, they'll get sued. So it's like you can't even get like the real deal. Where that's what I love about this stuff is like you get to pick and find out who's happy with them already. So so let's do this, you guys. Let's take a 5-minute bathroom break, 5-7 minutes or so. And so you guys can grab a quick snack or something and a bathroom break, grab some water, whatever, and then be back in about 5-7 minutes. Amanda, when we come back, I already did the unique ability piece. So I want you to show how to pay VAs next, okay?
Okay.
Okay, you good with that? Okay, so guys, 5-7 minute break. See you in a few. You guys about ready to kind of get back going again?
Yep.
Yep. All good.
Good. Tara, how's it going?
Yeah, I just have one question. So under the details, it's a one-time project and you require a cover letter? Is that right?
Amanda, how do we do that?
Yeah, I usually require a cover letter.
Okay. So I just have to go back and put in a description and then I'll post it later.
Perfect. You guys, just so you know, we're gonna end up taking probably like an hour or so. We're gonna take like a 45-minute lunch break, and maybe Tara, you can do it during like that time, you know.
Absolutely. Okay.
We don't need to do an hour lunch break, you guys, because you're at home anyway. You can just jump over, make something quick to eat, and get back to work, you know.
Sounds good.
So Amanda, do you want to show them? I know we're not going to go through the actual payment process, but we're going to show them like a video on it, because you guys, it's hard for us to log in and show you the exact things, because all my bank accounts, I know you guys want to have access to all my bank accounts and all that, but we can't show you all that stuff, especially since we're recording this and sending it back to you guys.
I thought it was a bonus.
Yeah, you can jump right in there. I've had so much fraud on my bank accounts over the years. It's terrible. I'll tell you guys stories later about it. But Amanda, you're going to film you're going to show the video we created that kind of blurs that out. And then are you going to show them something on the Upwork thing too, or?
Yeah, I think I'll start with Upwork
Okay.
because we can actually have them do some work on that.
Okay.
Putting their billing information in there so that when you guys are ready to hire, you don't have to worry about that later.
Cool. All right. So I think everybody's basically back. Let's kind of jump back into it.
All right. So let me share my screen. All right. So can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So if you're still in your Upwork account, or if you're not, go ahead and get there, and we'll actually have you guys do this. Let me know when everybody's ready.
Okay, where is the My Info?
That is under your account settings. So I'm just where we left off. If you go to Upwork and then that icon, your little logo icon there, under settings.
Okay.
You should see your account information.
Okay. Shit. I hope I'm not. Okay. I'm sorry.
No worries. What do you see on your screen?
Well, I had to get out of it, and it said it's not going to save it. So I hope I'm wrong. Okay. So under settings, you're going to.
So yeah, if you go to your settings, then you want to go to billing methods.
Perfect. Okay.
And now you'll see billing methods, and there should be a button to add method. If you click that, now you can put in, there's a few different options. We just use a card, but you can link your bank account, use a credit or debit card, or if you have PayPal. So we did credit or debit card, totally up to you. However you plan to pay this VA when you hire them, that's what you want to use here.
And guys, just so you know, I like doing the credit card deal because a couple things. One, especially like when you're first getting started, I mean, you do have, I think you've got a 3% fee no matter what type that you use. But if you use a credit card, it's easy to review. If you don't have like sophisticated bookkeeping set up yet, it's easy to review what you're spending. But also, typically you don't have to pay your credit card for, you got about 30 days. So it's a good way to, kind of delay your billing a little bit automatically. So it's kind of cool.
So this is an action step. If everybody can go ahead and put in their billing method, just let me know when you're finished.
Okay. Where is my? Okay.
Terry, you doing okay? Sound like you're struggling a little bit.
Can you tell? All right, wait a minute. Oh, damn it.
What are you struggling with, Tara? We're here to help you. Do you want us to keep? Are we good to keep moving forward, Terry? You good or?
Just give me 1 minute.
Okay. Okay. No
I
worries.
just had to find my credit card. Da, 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 da.
Everybody else good? Everybody else good to go? No problem.
Yep, I am good.
Misplaced my wallet and it may be in my car, but
Chris, you look like you're in some kind of an office or something.
yeah, I'm at my work.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
It's like nobody's here.
Start typing your
Kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, exactly.
Do
What
you
state?
gotta
What
do.
state do you live in? What city? Where are you at?
I'm in Texas,
Oh, okay. What city?
like the West Texas, like Midland, Odessa.
Oh, okay.
So
Football country, huh?
yeah, oil country. So
Yeah.
it's really a ghost town right now.
Well, free oil.
Yeah, exactly. We'll pay you.
Yeah. I can't believe what's going on with that. I was just telling Trina this morning. I'm like, come on, man. Like we're down to the gas right now in the Quad Cities is like down to $1.10, and I want it to drop to below $1 so bad just so I can take a picture of it. Because I graduated from high school in 1993, and I remember filling up for like 96, 97, 98 cents. And then I remember it going over $1 and being totally bummed out because I was at $1.01 and I had to figure out how to, because I would go to the gas station back then and put $2 worth of gas in my car, just to get me through a day. And it was so cheap back then. But I think we're going to like literally erase 30 years of gas prices. So I know that's hurting a lot of people, but I'd just love to see it drop for a day to under $1.
What's good news if you're a wholesaler, or, I mean, there's a lot of houses.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm on. I have my information in.
Okay. Amanda, why don't you go ahead and jump back in then?
Okay, so after everybody added their billing method, that's it. So on Upwork, it makes it really easy to pay your VAs. Once you have your billing method in and you hire, they automatically charge you every week based on the hours that VA worked. So they log their time, and then you set time constraints. So when you do the contract, it allows you, so if you hire for 20 hours or 30 hours, it'll cap them. So they're not going to be able to charge you guys like 60-hour work week or anything like that without your contract. But again, it's all automatic. You don't have to remember to do anything, and they will send you an email of the invoice and the charges, and then you'll also get an email once they've been paid with the actual receipt. So Upwork, again, super easy. There are some other websites that we're going to show you guys, but I don't want to overwhelm you. So just keep in mind, if you hire them through Upwork, it's totally taken care of and you're completely set up now. The other sites are more for if you guys hire outside of Upwork or if you end up taking them from Upwork, which disclaimer, I'm not suggesting you do. I don't think it's technically allowed to do that, but if you're not using Upwork to actually hire them and use them, you can't really pay them through Upwork. So that's why we have some of these other options available too.
So Amanda, real quick, do you know, so if you hire somebody from Upwork and we pay them every week or whatever, how much does Upwork keep of their pay? Do you know that?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I know we asked Daisy that a long time ago, probably like 4 years ago now, because we got her through one of those agencies, but it did come through Upwork. So she was getting, her fee actually was reduced like 2 times or 3 times before it got to her. So that's why we took her off of Upwork.
Yeah. So just so you know, guys, what happens is like, I'm very big on, you know, making sure people are making really, really good money. You know, I want somebody to work hard for me, and I want them to make money. So what happens is I believe like Upwork keeps like 50% of their pay. So if you pay somebody $3 an hour, I think they only get like $1.50 of that. So what we did with one of our VAs, after we basically paid them out for 6 months or a year or something, and then we moved her off of Upwork and went direct to us so that she could keep all the money we were paying. And then we ended up giving her a raise anyway. So you know, just remember that, like, you know, these sites are great to search for, but they charge you they charge these VAs. They don't charge you. They charge the VAs like outlandish amounts of their money, which I hate.
Right.
So kind of keep that in mind. If they're great it's easy. It's like, you know, going in there and finding, you know, a lot of good information, but they do get some of their pay taken.
Yeah, so I wouldn't worry about that when they first start. You're not going to know if they're going to be long-term VAs, but like Matt said, after Daisy was with us like a year and we knew she was going to be a long-term VA, we love her. We moved her so that she could keep more of her money. But if you did that with every single VA, it would take a ton of time. And some of these setups, so like some of the stuff we're going to show you, once it's set up, it's really, really easy to use, but it is like setting up a new bank account. So you will need to be verified. You'll have to set up your account information. They're going to put those, you know, little cent amounts in your bank account that you have to then go and put into the website. I mean, it does take some setup. So you're not going to want to do this for like every single virtual assistant you hire, which is why Upwork is great. But it's an option for people that you hire either outside of Upwork, or again, if you want the virtual assistant that you are keeping long-term to make more money. So that's why we do have other options available.
And there's like rules on, you know, if you meet someone at work, that can you take them, you know, or is there a rule, or what, is there a policy on that, or how does that work?
I think they do have a policy. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think you're not supposed to go in, hire them, and then in the contract and hire them outside of Upwork. So I mean, I don't know like what kind of legal ramifications that there are, but you know, it's.
I don't think nothing can happen to you for that. What happens is that VA could get in trouble by Upwork if that's what they did. So that's why, like with Daisy, we left her on for a year and paid Upwork out. But after a year, we just decided, hey, we wanted her to go direct, and she was done. She was only making like $1 an hour for all this work she was doing, and she was saving me like I replaced 2 $15 an hour employees with Daisy, and I just felt really bad. Like every time I'd go to give her a raise, Upwork would keep most of it. So that's when we decided just to move her directly under us. But definitely do not do that for a long time, because you want to make sure that the person's really good anyway. And this is a great platform to do that in.
You know, are there any rules or like international rules, whatever, hiring somebody that, I mean, like maybe Upwork, like if I found someone on my own, are you aware of anything that I have to, you know, follow or whatever?
That's the beauty of it. No, you don't have there's no labor laws. Okay. So they're not an employee. They are a service. Okay. So you can hire and fire for no reason. You don't have to give nothing. That's one of the best parts, because with, like, for example, with an American worker, an employee, a W-2, like every time you turn around, you let somebody go, they're filing a lawsuit. You know, they got let go unjustly or something. It's just terrible. So that's the other beauty of this. You can fire them tomorrow. Just, hey, no reason. Just don't have any work for you. See you later. You know.
Does Upwork have an app?
Amanda, do you know that?
They should have an app. I don't have one on my phone because I'm not on it enough, honestly. I just do everything from my computer. Once they're hired, then I do most things through email. So I don't stay on the Upwork side after they're hired too often. I usually just go on here, hire, and then kind of forget about it. There is a way, if you want to check up on them after you first hire them, to look at like their work diary. It takes screenshots of their computer while they're online. You could do that, but the people that we've hired, we've had for a little bit now, and I don't need to do that. So
the other
There
thing
is an
too.
app.
Yeah. So the other thing too, you guys, that we're going to be talking about, probably it may happen before lunch, but I don't know. I doubt it. Probably be after lunch. I always point to this little computer back here. You know, we have, so this computer is all, it runs, and one of the VAs that works for us logs into that computer. Now there's two reasons we do that. One is I honestly just think it's neat, and I like to watch what they're doing and see what they're working on. Secondly, that particular VA is doing local Craigslist ads. So with that, they need a local IP address. Otherwise, can't really post anything. But even if they weren't doing Craigslist ad and they were doing any other type of work, I can look back and see what they're doing at any time and keep track of them. Now we're going to teach you guys how to do that this afternoon. But for now, let's just keep going on the payment stuff, Amanda. So are you gonna play a video next? Is that?
yeah, so what we decided to do, there's 3 different things that we're going to teach: the TransferWise, Payoneer, and PayPal. And since those have sensitive account information on it, Tyler already blurred the videos that we made, so we can play those with no problem. So I haven't done this before. It should work just fine. You guys can see my screen, right?
Yeah. So guys, if we're going to play this, and then we want you to ask questions, and if you have any questions while it's going, say something so we can stop and answer questions as we go.
Okay.
Hey, Amanda, I'm not hearing the video.
You're not?
No.
Okay. See, I wasn't sure if it was going to work. Is Tyler around?
He is on the phone right now. Let me see if I can find him real quick. Hang on.
Okay.
Amanda, is there anything else? Because it might take me a minute to find him. Is there anything else you can work through while I'm looking for him? And
yeah, I can go to my, let's see. Okay, so this is just pretty much a breakdown of the videos. It's step by step. So we have this, and then the video pretty much just shows you in action how to actually do all this stuff. So I'll go to TransferWise to start. And basically it's, again, just outside hiring. So if you hire a virtual assistant through Upwork, you're not going to need to worry about any of this until you decide to move them from Upwork. So TransferWise is an option. And one of the things to keep in mind about all of these is there are certain countries that they will and they won't pay out to. So for example, TransferWise we use for virtual assistants from the Philippines, and it works really well. But we also have a virtual assistant from Bangladesh, and TransferWise won't work for her. So that's why we have a couple of different websites we use. They do have a page on their website on getting started with what currencies do you support. So you can always go there and just double check that that country is listed for whatever your virtual assistant is from. And then you can use this website if it is. So you'll need to sign up for an account. And I remember, so it's been a while since I first signed up, but there is a process to this, because these websites, it's basically like setting up an international, it's not quite as big as setting up an international bank account, but it kind of works similarly. So when you set it up, you put all of your bank account information. You'll have to put your virtual assistant's bank account information. And that's why we're not actually pulling it up, because it does show all of that stuff, just like if you were to log into your bank account. So what I'm trying to say is don't wait until like the day or two before you need to pay your VA to sign up for this stuff, because you're not going to be able to pay her in time. It does take, I want to say when I signed up, it took about a week or two initially, because sometimes they'll even contact you to make sure you're a real person, that you're not trying to launder money. I mean, they want to really make sure that you're using this for what you're saying you're using it for. And there's an option in there when you go to pay your virtual assistant to click it's for salary. So you don't have to worry about anything else on that. But we initially had it set up under an individual, and then we changed it to a business bank account. So just letting you know, there is a setup process and verification with all of these websites here. Let's see. So these screenshots will take you through a little bit of what it looks like. So here you would just click sign up for an account.
Hey, Amanda,
Yeah.
were you having trouble with the video to go
Yeah,
through?
so Matt said with the video, he couldn't hear it when it was playing.
Yeah, I didn't intend to have the audio come through. I just kind of wanted you to scrub through the video and kind of like talk over it.
Oh, it might actually be better just to have it play. Can it not do that?
Well, you can have it play, but there won't be any audio for anyone. But you
Okay.
can kind of talk through it as it goes. That's kind of what I figured.
I can try to do that.
Because you can actually show them what's going on in each of them, and it's blurred out.
Yeah.
Up to you, you know.
Yeah, let's see. So I can try to do that. So I'm already, let me find where I already am so I don't have to repeat myself. Here we are. So click sign up. Sign up. So you guys, so
I hear audio. Yeah.
You can hear an audio? Okay, I was about to say, because as soon as I clicked play, the audio comes through for me. So it's going to be really hard for me to talk and listen to myself through the video.
No, just let the video play. I can hear it.
What about Rod? Can you hear it?
Rod, I think Rod's on mute.
I don't hear anything yet. If you hit play,
And then this is just going to ask you a few questions. So can you hear that?
Yes.
That's you talking, all right?
Yeah,
It's on the video,
that's on
though.
the video.
Yeah, go ahead and
Okay.
play it.
Yeah, play it.
Okay. So if you're going to use a personal account or business, your email address and create a password.
I can't hear it. Change something.
Send some identification. I figured it out, guys.
Yeah, just let it go.
Yep. So I was muting myself so you guys couldn't hear my background noise. And when I muted myself, it also muted the video. So we're good. I'm going to go ahead and just leave myself unmuted and play it. So if you go to their help center, you can go ahead and just scroll down and see where you can send money to. We use this TransferWise payment system to pay our virtual assistants that live in the Philippines. So if you have a virtual assistant that also lives in the Philippines, TransferWise is a great tool to make payments to them. So to begin, you'll want to go to transferwise.com and click sign up. And then this is just going to ask you a few questions. So if you're going to use a personal account or business, your email address and create a password. And once you get actually your account going, you may have to do some verification through TransferWise and on that initial setup. So you may have to send some identification and that sort of thing to TransferWise, and then they can approve your account and get you set up. So keep in mind there is a bit of a lag between your setup and making the payment to the virtual assistants. Even when you add a new bank account, there is a verification process to that where they will send a couple of amounts to your bank account, such as 23 cents and 10 cents, and you'll have to go into your TransferWise account and enter those before you can start sending payment. So don't wait until the day before you have to pay your virtual assistant to get this set up, because it will take at least a few days, maybe more, on that initial setup. So once you have your account ready to go, you'll log in. And then over here on the left-hand side, this is going to be the main things that you're going to use over here. So if you click recipients, This is where you can set up your bank account here, and you can also add recipients for payment here. To add a recipient, you'll need to know their information. So, such as if we were going to set up a Filipino account, let's see. You'll look for that here. And just go ahead and select those. So select recipient type, so it would be personal. You'll put in their email, their account holder information. They'll need to give you this information below, so their address and their bank details. And they have to give you that in order to set this account up. Okay, so once you confirm, their account is ready to go, and you just have to verify your bank details. So once that's verified, you can begin sending money. And how you do that, if you go back to your dashboard, it makes it really, really easy. Once everything's set up, this is all you have to do. You log into your account, you click send money, you select who you want to send the money to. So we'll give it a second to load here. So let's say you're making a payment of $100. And you can see calculations. So if they send you their invoice for the hours worked and it's $100 US, what I usually do is I take the fees out so that they don't have to pay it. We actually pay the fees. So here's the actual amount converted. I make sure this amount is $100. So we'll just play around with it for a second until it equals $100. Okay, and that's, so we now have $100 that will convert over to her, and she'll get the full amount. And then we'll scroll down, click continue. And this is where you'll select who's actually getting paid. So we'll just pick one for now. You can set up, I don't know if you just saw below, but you can set up a new recipient there too. Reason for transfer, we always select salary payment, click continue. And then you'll just review all of the details here and accept the terms of use and privacy policy. If everything looks good, confirm and continue. And then this is where you're going to select how you want to pay. So we just go ahead and pay with bank debit. That's how we initially set up our account. Continue to payment. And then I'm not going to continue from there. The continue to payment would just bring you to your bank account details to make sure that that's where you want to pay. And then you'll just finalize everything and pay her. So we've already paid her for this week, so I'm not going to continue with that step. But basically, once you're to the end page, it'll let you know when they should receive the money. Usually it's same day or next day. And that's it. It allows you to track it from there as well. But if you go back, so we'll exit out of here, and I'll show you where you can see all your activities. So again, on that main page, after you send the money, so here's the one that we just did. I'll go ahead and cancel that transfer. And if you have to do that, that's a really simple way of canceling a transfer. So we'll go back to the activity though, and I'll show you how you can track the payments. So once you send, it'll show up here in your little dashboard, and it'll let you know when it's been sent. So here we have, these have been sent, these have been sent, and you can just, if you click on one, it'll give you the timeline. So when it was sent, when they received the money, when they actually paid it out, and when it's been completed. And that's it. Once your account's set up, it's really easy to send money, and you are good to go. So I hope that helps. Okay, so that was TransferWise. I know it was a lot of information, and you probably don't need it at this time, but does anyone have any questions about that?
So we would use this, I know Upwork, they'll pay the individual, but this is like if we want to hire someone outside of Upwork.
Right, or if you end up, taking them off of Upwork in the future for any reason, like if you want them to keep more of their money. So for example, Daisy started with us on Upwork, and after about a year, we canceled the contract on Upwork because you need to still cancel it. Otherwise, they're going to continue to get paid on Upwork also. And then we just paid her through TransferWise because, as you saw, we took that fee from TransferWise and paid that, which was only like $2.38. And then there is no other fees coming out of her pay. So she got the full $100 as opposed to Upwork, where I really don't know the amount that Upwork takes. I would have to check. But if it is, for example, 50%, she would only get $50.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we don't do this for every VA we hire. We do have one in Upwork right now, just because she hasn't been with us long enough. But if she's with us for, you know, a year, however long, and we end up wanting to keep her, then we'll probably move her over too, so she can keep more of her money.
Hey, Amanda.
Yeah.
Like Hazel, for example, we didn't get her through Upwork. Do we pay her through TransferWise right out of the gate?
Exactly, because she
Yeah.
wasn't ever in Upwork, so we can't pay her through Upwork.
Yeah. So what it is, guys, for example, I think because I post so much stuff about virtual assistants on my social media that they like the virtual assistants find me somehow and they reach out to me all the time. And two of the virtual assistants that we have working for us right now came from because they messaged me. One of them messaged me on Facebook. One of them messaged me through Instagram and said, hey, here's my, I noticed that you really like virtual assistants. I'm amazing at what I do. Here's my skill sets. Here's what I do. And then I interviewed them from there and said, okay, send me a voice message on everything that you're amazing at. And so I did that for two reasons. One was to hear their voice because I wanted to see how good their English was. And two, I wanted them to, articulate, why they think they're so amazing. And so I did the interview process for both of them and ended up hiring them both, and they both worked out really, really well. So so those people get paid direct. I didn't go through Upwork to find them. So two things to learn from that. One is, and I just worked Josh Nix, he's in this group right now. He was posting, I think on his social media to look, but don't be afraid to post on your social media that you're looking to hire virtual assistants. You may not realize you could have people following your accounts that's a virtual assistant. So, it's not a bad idea when you're going to look for virtual assistants to post on your social media. Hey, I'm looking to add a virtual assistant. Here's the job task that I'm looking to fulfill. And see what response, or you can always ask other people, hey, does anybody have a virtual assistant they're not using right now that did a really good job? It's funny because Josh Nix ended up hiring a virtual assistant that that also worked for another friend of mine on Facebook. And they both had the same problems with this virtual assistant, which they didn't work out. Neither one of them, I don't think, are using them anymore. So it's good to get a referral from if somebody's like, yeah, man, I'm only using this virtual assistant for 20 hours and she really wants to make more money. And I'm afraid that if I don't, get her some more hours, then maybe she might leave me and go to work for somebody else. So it's not a bad idea. Some people will share. So, so that's another good place just to do some, due diligence on your own, just to find virtual assistants is through your social media. So, and then if that's the case, then you would pay them through TransferWise. So now you guys know how to do that too.
Is the process the same?
What's that?
The onboarding process pretty similar to what you're doing? I mean,
yep.
Same principle, just
same exact process. The lead just came through your social media versus coming through Upwork, but I followed the exact same, following the hiring guide that's in you guys' folder. The same exact process was followed to hire them as any other. Because, I've had others that reached out to me on social media that didn't end up making it, that I didn't end up hiring. They just didn't qualify. So, you guys just took the Tony Robbins disc test earlier, and that's the first thing when leads come in. So once your leads start coming in from Upwork, from the ad you just placed, or if you post on social media, the very first thing you're going to do, as soon as a resume comes through, boom, you're going to send back an email. Hey, first thing we do is I need you to Google Tony Robbins disc test, hit the link and take the test and send me your results. That's step one of the interview process. Couple things happen there. One, you're giving them a task to do. So you see how quickly they get the task done. You guys know how long it takes. You just did it. So let's see how quickly they respond. And then you get to see from when their response, you get to see what personality type. If it's a virtual assistant that you're going to have task-oriented stuff for them to do, and they come back as a high D personality, is that a good fit? No. So So make sure, that's 100%. No matter where they come from, you make sure you follow the proper format and system we've built to hire. Don't be afraid to say no. It's much less time consuming. Now, the cool thing is when you hire a virtual assistant and they don't work out, it's easy to get rid of them because it's just a quick decision. If it was an American worker and you had a W-2 employee, you got problems. There's a process you have to follow to get rid of them. So it's kind of nice. So you don't really lose much with the virtual assistant world. Okay. So any other questions on that, you guys?
Nope.
Good to go. Good stuff. Okay. So Amanda, you good with that? You've taught everything you were going to with that?
So there are two other options that we can show them on how to pay. The reason we have those options is because TransferWise is my favorite method, but it doesn't work for everybody. So for example, for Hannah that we have, we can't pay her through TransferWise because
she's from Bangladesh, you guys. So we had to use, so why don't you show that real quick?
Yeah, so let me see which video. This video here. So I'll play this video. It's also really easy, but there is a setup process. So again, just if you know you have somebody that you're going to pay through Payoneer, make sure you set it up in advance. And yeah, so I'll go ahead and start this video. Hey guys, so I just wanted to film this quick video to show you how to pay a virtual assistant through Payoneer. Like any of these websites, when you're paying a virtual assistant, especially in another country, you need to make sure that the payment is supported. So if you go to Payoneer and then under see what currencies we support, if you click the drop down arrow, it will give you a list of countries that you can pay out to. So just double check that first before you get started. And if you are ready to set this up, you'll go to payoneer.com and then click register. So under register, you will have to answer a few questions and decide if you're going to set this up as a personal account or a business account. So under I'm A, you would select the correct selection here. So we would probably select small or medium-sized business. And then I'm looking to make international payments of under $50,000 in total each month. So those would be our selections. And then continue with registering. And now you'll need to either sign up as a company if you have an LLC or a corporation set up, or you can always sign up as an individual too. So if you're signing up as an individual, you'll need to answer a few more questions about your business. So here we would select real estate and then click next. And then you'll just finish up your sign-in details. And then once you have this filled in, you'll click sign up. And then you'll need to log in. So once you're ready to log in, you'll go to payoneer.com and up at the top right-hand corner, you'll click sign in. And keep in mind, you and your virtual assistant will both need accounts in order for this to work. So what happens is when your virtual assistant is setting up the account, they're going to actually make the payment request to you. And so we have a few of those details here in our how-to. So the virtual assistant would go to payoneer.com, create the account, log in, and they would click receive payment at the top of the page. So I'll show you that on the website once I get logged in here. It's just taking a minute. And then we're going to just go home right now to our main page. And before they can actually receive payment, you'll need to set up under your settings, go to your bank accounts, and then you'll need to set up your payment options. So when they request payment from you, this is the bank account that you'll actually be making payment from. And you'll just click add bank account here. And there are some verification steps. So remember to set this up at least a few days, if not a couple of weeks beforehand, to make sure everything works before you need to pay your virtual assistant. Okay, so once you have your bank account set up, that's really all you have to do on your end right now. Now your virtual assistant will set their account up, come up here to the top and click receive and request a payment. And then they're just going to follow those steps through. So I'll show you those really quick over here. Receive, request payment, and then they're going to select these options. So by billing them directly, and then they need to fill out their information. So where you're sending the money to. And then when they're finished, they click request payment. And now what happens from there is you're going to receive an email that looks just like this. And you're going to have the option right from your email to click pay. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. If I click pay, it brings me to the page where I'm going to go through the steps to select the person who's getting paid and the bank account option here. And you will have to sign in. But again, it's just right from your email account, so you don't have to actually go to the website. And you want to make sure that the amount they invoice you for is correct because they put in all of those details. So it's really just a few clicks of a button for you. So if you make sure everything is correct, select your payment method here, and you added that to your account earlier. Here, who is paying the fee? We usually pay the fee. If you wanted your recipient to pay the fee, you would just select that option there. And then I'm not going to actually pay her because I've already paid her for this week, but all you do is click pay. And that's it. The money is on its way. You'll receive a few emails once the payment is approved and she receives the payment. So it's really that simple. Every week she would just do the same thing, go into her account and request the payment, and you would receive an email and click and pay. So really simple, just a few steps to set up. So I hope that helps. Okay, so that's the setup for Payoneer, and that's the one we use for the VA in Bangladesh.
Any questions on any of that, you guys? Good, easy, pretty easy stuff, right? And keep in mind, you guys, I mean, the cool thing is one of the things that I did for you guys with this training is not only will you have this recording of this whole thing, but every single one of these individual videos, we created an individual video on every single thing we're teaching. So you guys will have that in your folder so you can refer back to the main video, or you can jump back into a quick little 3 or 5 minute video here and there too. So let's see here. Have you had better luck with VAs? So somebody was just asking, as a general statement, have you had better luck with VAs working out the best from any particular? Oh, yes. So I want you guys to focus with the virtual assistants from the Philippines. Yes, we have Farhana that's from Bangladesh, but I like the Philippines because their English, like that's English is like their main language there, and or one of their main languages. I know they have. Most of them are very, very good with English. So that's one of the reasons I like it there. But also just the pay rate. The cost of living in the Philippines is like 1/8 of what it is here. So for the average VA makes in the Philippines, or the average person, not VA, just the average person in the Philippines makes $200 to $400 a month. That's the average income there. So think about it. Like I'll take Daisy, for example, that works for me. She gets $10 an hour. She works 45 hours a week, $450 a week. She makes more in a week than most people do in a month. So, you think $10 an hour, Matt, you're a cheapskate. No, it's literally 1/8 of the cost of living. So for them, rent's really cheap. Electricity's really cheap. Internet's cheap. Everything's really cheap over there, which is why we love, that's the advantage of hiring an amazing virtual assistant and not having them pay a lot. So again, you might say, well, man, you're paying, on the other end of the spectrum, you might say, well, man, you're paying Daisy $450 in a week. That seems like a lot of money to pay a virtual assistant. Yeah, but I replaced so many other American employees with one person. It's easily worth it. I mean, Amanda, you work with Daisy more than anybody. I mean, how amazing is she?
Yep, love her.
She takes work off everybody's plate. So, okay. So, is there any more paying stuff, Amanda?
Yeah, there's one more that Tyler actually made for PayPal. So do you want me to play that?
Let's do that last one, and then we're gonna move on.
Okay. So here it is.
your virtual assistants using PayPal. Now, most of the time when you hire through Upwork or Fiverr, the payment is handled right there. But in some situations, maybe you took your Upwork VA or Fiverr VA off of those platforms and you want to pay them directly. This is one way to do it. So to start, you're going to go to paypal.com. And if you don't have an account already, lots of people already have accounts, but if you don't have an account already, you can sign up for free. You're going to pick that you want a personal account. If you have a business that at some point you feel might accept credit cards, like maybe you're in the rental business and you want that functionality, now's the time that you would set up a business account. But for most cases, a personal account is all you need. So go to personal, hit next. It's going to ask you for a couple questions, contact info. From there, they're going to have you punch in your banking information. That way they can deposit 2 small deposits into your account to confirm your bank account. Once that's done, it takes about 1 to 3 days to do that. You will be able to log into PayPal directly. So I'm going to hop in to my account. Now, when you come into PayPal and you sign in, this is what your dashboard looks like. You can see if anyone sent you money right here. And then if you want to send your VA money, you can press the send button here or go to the top and press send and request. I'll do that now. So from there, all you have to do is punch in your virtual assistant's PayPal username or email. They will pop up. I'll use this as an example. Punch in however much you want to send them, say $76. This payment, you're not going to use sending to a friend. Even though it does incur no fees, you are covered by purchase protection if you pay for an item or a service. So use paying for an item or a service. It's always good to punch in a note. You can just say payment for work done on this job or payment for work done between these dates. And then you just, you can change your address to no address needed. That way they don't have your physical address, and hit continue and your payment's sent. You can pay directly from your bank account. You can pay directly from a credit card, debit card, or a couple other different services. So I hope that helps. I'll see you in the next video.
Any questions on that, you guys? Super simple. A lot of you guys are probably using PayPal for other stuff. All right. Any questions at all on the whole paying thing? Paying's pretty easy, right? Not a big deal. Super simple, right? All good?
Easy breezy.
Okay, we're going to keep moving then. If there's no other questions, let's keep moving. Let's see here. Ryan, you asked a question. I want to let you know that we'll get to that one, okay? We'll get your question.
Sounds good.
Okay,
yeah,
so
appreciate it.
Ty,
Yes.
I'm getting feedback. Can you mute yours thing? Okay. No, I'm still getting feedback. Can you mute it?
Cool.
Good. Better. Okay, so Tyler's going to jump on, and we are going to talk about how to connect to a remote computer. So how we're doing this back here at my office, I got a whole bunch of computers that these VAs log into. Again, you do not have to have them log into a computer. However, I personally think it's awesome because, one, you can keep track of everything they're doing. So it's easy to see how they're working, how fast they are, how efficient they are, everything. I like that part of it. Secondly, especially in the beginning, if you have a brand new one and you're just trying to see how good they are. Secondly, if you're posting anything like on Craigslist, they have to have a local IP address so you can use it there. But you don't have to do it this way. It's totally up to you. Now, here's the thing though, if you do a remote computer, what we did is like these little computers that we're using right here. I mean, I spent $300-400 on that. The ones at the office, they're not super high tech computers. Most everybody in my whole company has a $2,000 MacBook. You don't have to do it that way. So if you have an extra desktop computer, if you have an extra laptop computer laying around, just use that. If you want to go out and buy the perfect computer for it, I think Tyler's going to send everybody a link to one on Amazon that we buy. It's like $400. You don't have to do that, but if you want that option, he'll send you a link to the one we get for everybody. So So Tyler, why don't you go ahead and jump in and share your screen and show these guys how to connect your VA, how your VA would log into a computer in the US or in your office or in your house so that they can do their work.
All right, guys. Matt totally just stole my entire intro, but let's go and get started. You got to turn your volume down.
Mine's on mute.
Your volume, though.
Done.
There you go. Okay, so for computers, I'm going to send you a direct link to the one we buy in the office, but I typically like to, let me actually get the screencast going. There we go. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So I typically like to use for a virtual assistant a Windows computer, but if you want a good all-around computer, I do like to use MacBooks because they have a longer lifespan, I feel. You can get a refurbished MacBook from, say, like 2015 or 2016 for $400. These things were $1,600, $1,800 brand new. You get them refurbished. They're good. They got brand new batteries in them. They're all checked out and certified for $400. And I believe that they are better computers and last longer. So it's up to you on what you pick. For just a cheap brand new computer, I typically stick to Lenovo's, and I want a SSD hard drive that makes it a faster computer. So the specs don't have to be crazy on the computer, just 4 to 8 gigabytes of RAM, a decent size SSD hard drive, and that's pretty much all you need. And of course, if you have a laptop or desktop laying around like Matt said in your house, you can use that too. But a good rule of thumb is if you wouldn't use it yourself, it's too slow to use yourself, it's probably not good for a virtual assistant either, because when they connect in through the internet to that computer, there's a little bit of a lag time and they'll just be really bogged down if they're on an older, slow computer. So either get that refurbished MacBook, brand new MacBook, or one of these Lenovo's. And then from there, all they have to do is get set up on TeamViewer. So you guys can take notes on this. Let's go to teamviewer.com. And then let me just jump back to the home screen here. When you get to teamviewer.com, TeamViewer is free. There are a couple paid versions if you are like a really large company, but even in our scale, when we have 7 virtual assistants now, we still don't pay for TeamViewer. All you have to do is go to download, pick your operating system, Windows or Mac, hit download. I already have it, so I'm just going to open it up for you. Oh, bottom bar, can't get it. There we go. You guys can still see my screen, right?
Yep.
So all TeamViewer is a little portal to have them log into the computer. You want this computer, when you set it up, it's in the training video that's in your event folder, but you want to set up this computer to never go to sleep. That way they can always log on during their off hours if they're working on their own time, or just so you don't have any problems with them getting on by themselves without you intervening. So make the computer never go to sleep, and then all you have to do is give them this ID for the computer. This is like your computer's license plate almost, and this is the password to get into it. They punch that in on their end. They just jump onto this side, on their side, put in the ID, and connect, and then they're in. They can access everything on the computer just like as if you were on the computer doing it yourself. And I mean, that pretty much wraps it up. I mean, it's just TeamViewer and getting a decent computer for them to connect to.
See if they have any questions.
Yeah, do you guys, was that pretty easy? You guys have any questions on that?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, so does any of you guys, are you guys planning on are any of you guys planning on connecting your VA to a remote computer? Does any of you guys have a remote computer that or another computer that you're not using? You want to turn your volume down, okay? You can pull off your screen too, probably, if you want. Are any of you guys planning on doing this part? Anyone?
I probably will, because to do like Craigslist ads, which I hate doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, any of you guys that had that on your sheet, just that you want ads posted on your hate to do sheet, You need a virtual computer, basically.
So here's the thing is, for Craigslist ads, for sure, you will. I don't care. It's like these guys are so fast at this process of posting Craigslist ad. You would never want, for one, for you to do it, and two, for you to hire an American person to do it in your office. So you'd be paying too much. It's so fast to have them do it. So I would for sure do that. Now, do you have Rod? Do you have an extra computer laying around?
I do have one. It needs some kind of maintenance work done to it, so I'm gonna look into that.
Okay. I was just going to ask if anybody is planning on doing this. If you have an extra computer laying around, I would love for you guys to do this homework and get that set up either over lunch break or tonight when we finish, just so you can practice it and do it. And then tomorrow we can talk through it in case you had any issues with it. It's pretty simple, but it's really the way to go.
Now, is this the purpose of this just so we can see what they're doing? To have this
not only just seeing what they're doing, but if you need them to post Craigslist ad, they have to have a local IP address.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just going to jump in for a sec. If your virtual assistant has anything to do with Google Voice, Facebook, or Craigslist, their automatic IP filtering and spam prevention, as soon as someone comes in from out of the country and is like targeting a city with a bunch of marketing or a bunch of activity, they're going to shut them down and probably close out their account. So they need to log in through a local IP. That way it's not throwing up any red flags as they work. Basically, those three services, though, are the main reasons for getting a remote computer.
So if they're doing like...
say that again. What was the...
Google Voice.
Yep.
Facebook. Anything to do with Facebook and Craigslist.
Now, I got to turn my volume back up here. So you want to turn yours down again? So you guys, the Google Voice, we always get, and I don't know if Amanda's still on or not, but we always hook up each of our virtual assistants with Google a phone number, a Google Voice phone number. It's free to do, but that way they have the ability to make phone calls if they need to. So again, it's kind of nice if you've got that computer and they're hooked up to that, then they've got Google Voice.
So if they're like doing like skip tracing, like going to my county auditor site to look up like seller property owners information.
Yeah, you don't need it. You don't need it for that. Nope. If they're just going and doing data entry and searching and stuff, you wouldn't need it.
Okay.
But I personally really like it. So that's just, it's one of those one-time expenses that again, you can, you choose the one that we like, or you can try to find a used one. You can go on Facebook Marketplace to try to find a used one. You can go on Craigslist to try to find a used one. Anything just to try to get a used computer. I know at one time, Tyler, too, we bought that one from Best Buy for $150 or $200 once, and it wasn't great.
It was a Chromebook, but it didn't end up working out.
It didn't work very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't buy a Chromebook for this.
Don't buy. Tyler's saying don't buy a Chromebook for this. So anyway, that's just one shortcut we found. It's a one-time expense that you'll end up having. Get one refurbished or cheap if you can, and then you're good to go. Let's see. Somebody asked, will a VPN get you a local IP address as well? I think it will, won't it?
You could, but it's like jumping through hoops. You might as well just get the computer.
So to get a VPN, it's like jumping through. There's a lot of hoops to jump through. It's just better to get a computer, isn't it, Ty?
Yeah, because eventually you will get flagged.
You'll eventually get flagged with the VPN. So again, you guys, I personally, I don't know. I just like being able to look and turn. I mean, you could put this computer anywhere you want. If it's in your office, in your house, and whatever. It's nice to be able to just glance at it and see what people are working on. You know what I mean? So, but up to you. That's what we recommend. That's what I think works the best. And I think that'll help you be more efficient. Again, it's a one-time expense. You do it once, you're good to go. You're not going to have to, I mean, Daisy runs on a computer that we bought 5 years ago, didn't she?
It's almost time to replace it.
Yeah. So she's been on it for a long time. So, and just think, 1 week of what you pay a virtual assistant versus what you would pay an American worker pays for the computer. And you'd still have to buy the American employee a computer anyway. So, and they're going to complain that it's not a brand new Mac, best of the money can buy $2,000 computer. The VA doesn't care what they're logging into. So, so we're big on that. So okay. So here's the thing. So it's my time. It's 12:20. I think what we're gonna do is take a break for lunch now. Does that sound like a okay plan for you guys? Let's take a break for lunch. It's 12:20. Let's just take a 40-minute lunch. During lunch, grab some food, absorb some of the stuff that you've been working on, practice anything that we've been doing, check your email for any resumes that have come in, if they have yet. And I'll see you guys back here at 1 o'clock Central Time. Okay? So in 40 minutes, be back and ready to go again. Does that sound good?
Yes. I have a quick question for Tyler. For the team viewer, doesn't it stop after 1 hour or?
Yeah, he's going to answer you right now.
I haven't seen that, no. So if I, let me jump back up here real quick. I always start the team viewer with the computer and then just don't make put the setting on the computer so it doesn't go to sleep. And I've never had any problem with it kicking off. Maybe if the computer's inactive for a certain amount of time, it'll kick off automatically. But the VA, as long as they have this login, they can start it back up by themselves.
So when you sign up first, do you sign up as a non-commercial use, only personal use?
We do it for personal use, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I have an issue like that before the teamer stops after 1 hour and they want you to go to
Wake it up.
the membership side.
No, we use personal. And I mean, I think I remember seeing that dialog box you're talking about pop up, like, thanks for using TeamViewer. Like,
Yes, something like that.
But no, the VA can get back on and start back up without my intervention. I mean, she did it earlier when Matt was up there teaching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think personal accounts are free and business accounts have a trial and then you have to pay for them. So if you sign up with a personal account, it should be okay.
Okay.
Yeah, for what we're using it for, personal is enough.
All right, I'll try that again. Thank you.
Okay. Let's take a lunch break. I'll see you guys back at 1 o'clock Central Time, 40 minutes from now. See you then.
Hey guys, quick note when you go, turn off your video and mute yourself just in case you're, just having lunch. So see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah, Tim Frank calling with Lee Arnold System of Real Estate. Hey, I wanted to reach out.
Anybody there? Anybody there?
Are you guys back?
I am back, ready to roll.
There you go. Now I can hear you. Who's back? I see Rod.
I'm back.
I'm back.
See Tara. Okay. Cool. Let's see. So is Amanda's computer still hooked to this then? Ty, looks like.
That's Tyler's computer.
Oh, that's Tyler's. Oh, okay. Okay. Exit full screen. All right. How was lunch?
Not bad. With a healthy option with a salad.
Little salad action?
That's about it. I'll start later tonight.
Okay, so let's see. You've got. Okay. I'm going to pull up. Pulling up the website here. Why is this running so slow? I don't understand this. It's like super slow.
The internet?
Yeah. Okay. I think I got it now. Okay, so everybody's on. Everybody's good. All right. Okay, so good stuff on the paying the VAs, no problem. Getting computers set up, no big deal. All that good stuff. What I want to do now is so what we covered today with the whole Upwork. Upwork is where we get all of our virtual assistants that are going to work. Not only if they're going to do repetitive work every week, we need this work done. That type of work, we have them work. We pull them from Upwork. So if it doesn't matter if they're part-time, it doesn't matter if they're full-time. If it's repetitive work that we need done all the time, then we hire that person from Upwork. But let's say that we don't need a specific task done every single week and it's just a one-off task. In that particular case, where I go is we end up going to Fiverr. Fiverr.com. How many of you guys have used Fiverr.com before? Anybody?
I have.
I have.
You have, Rod?
Yep. I got a logo done. Someone did a logo for me.
Oh, I'm having, see, it says default speaker change. It's kind of flipping my speaker, or evidently it's flipping my speaker around. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, they can hear me.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm getting messages that are popping up on my screen that say you guys can't hear me. Okay, so I'm going to minimize my screen here. I'm going to bring you guys into Fiverr. Let's see here if I can figure this out. Share. Desktop. Okay, you guys can see my screen now, right?
Yep.
Okay, so for Sorry about that. I'm getting a text message from my brother. For any one-off task that you need to get done, it's better to go through Fiverr, okay? It's very, very cheap. It's very, very quick, very easy. And it's the same idea behind that, the whole Upwork thing where you can see how good somebody is at something. You kind of get to see their rating. So you know exactly. Here, if I can pull something up. My computer is running super slow right now. Okay. I'm going to give you guys an example. Let's say I just typed in, I love using this little search bar up here. Again, Rod, you said you've used Fiverr before. Who else? Anybody else use Fiverr before?
I have Tara.
I did.
Tara has. Robbie, you have?
Yes.
Anybody else? Okay. Okay, so for example, let's just say that, you know, and again, you want to do this stuff for one-off tasks, but there is opportunities to do some of this stuff on your daily task too, if you want to start really small. So let's say you're going into a market and you want to pull a cash buyers list. There's a lot of different ways you can pull cash buyers, but if you wanted a really fast way to, and I'm using this as an example, but if you want a really fast way to get a bunch of cash buyers, here's an example of something you could do. This particular person, this Shanta 7, again, these people are going to advertise what they're amazing at. They're not going to advertise stuff that everybody's got a specialty, so they're going to advertise what their specialty is. So for this person, she specializes in cash buyers. So for $10, you can get a cash buyers list from her. But let's click on that and see what the details are. So you only get 40 cash buyers, okay, for that list. But look at her rating. She's got 4.8 stars, 260 reviews. Now, I like working with people with 50 reviews and more. But you can see some of the people are saying about her and what you're getting with this list of a cash buyer, full name, address, and all this good stuff right here. Everything you see right here. And again, 4.9 stars, and with 1,000+ reviews. That's a ton, right? This person's going to deliver you a lot of good information. Now, if you want more leads, you can pay for those. You got options at the bottom you can do. And if you want a specialty task done, you can send a message directly to this person on Fiverr to have them do exactly what it is that the specialty item is. You can also post jobs. Just like you posted something in Upwork, you can do the same thing in Fiverr, and people will come in and bid on what it is that you're doing. Now, we've used people for Fiverr for all kinds of different things. Like we've done it for we've done logos there. We've done all our formatting for you know, all of our books and stuff. We have something we want to format. I even have it to the point where I tell Amanda and Tyler, like if we give them a job to do, and that job is going to take them a day to do it. Let's say it's a lot of data entry, a lot of physical work, and it's going to take them a day to do it. Well, I don't want to waste their time of a day with what they make. If they can find somebody on Fiverr to do the exact same thing for 10 or 20 or 25 bucks, why would we want to bog them down with that type of work when they can just go find somebody on Fiverr to do it for them? And they can get back to the work that makes more sense to them, something that creates more value for the company. So, so just be thinking about that. I mean, that's always something else. And then Tyler, you've had, what else is some of the stuff that you've had Fiverr do?
Miscellaneous stuff like video editing, promotional videos. So
video editing, promotional videos, all that stuff. I'm doing a cool little test right now. We're starting it next week, but I'm gonna start to finish. I'm gonna see if it works. I've never done this part this much with Fiverr before. I know it'll work. I just want to see how it goes. But I'm doing a little test where I'm actually start to finish a whole real estate transaction. I'm going to hire out on Fiverr. So, and I'm going to document the whole thing and screenshot the whole thing so I can show you guys, where I bought the, a Fiverr person. I bought a cash buyers list. I went in and bought leads, motivated seller leads, and the whole thing, skip tracing the whole thing. So like, for example, doesn't matter what you pick, you can say skip tracing and do a search. And you'll have a whole bunch of people that's what they focus on is skip tracing. This person's done over 1,000 five-star reviews for skip tracing. You get 500 leads for $25. So if you have like little one-off projects to do, or you want to just do smaller portions, sometimes this could be a good thing to use. I would anything data entry, any spreadsheet stuff that you guys need done. Never do that. Like, I just would not waste your own time and do it when you get it done for $5 or $10. I was talking to somebody, I think it was David the other day. He had 2 podios and he had to merge the data, and he spent a couple of days merging the data of his own time. And it's like, man, if I had a project like that and I had to merge data from 2 podio systems, the first thing I would do is go on to Fiverr and find somebody else to do that exact thing. Why? You can probably get it done for $5 or $10, what might take you a day or 2 to do. We're really, really big on this. So if I'm going to do oops. You can build a website. You can have these guys build websites for you. Vacant homeowner real estate leads. I mean, you search for it, it's probably there. Anytime I can push something off my plate, that one of the first things we do is I'll type it into Fiverr to see if it's something that I can push onto somebody else. So Rod, what did you have done in Fiverr?
A logo design.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
Robbie, what did you have done? You there?
I actually found a guy to do the yellow letter printing.
Okay.
On that, and it was kind of handwritten kind of format, and it was way cheaper than if you go to the regular website.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Tara, what'd you have done?
I had a logo done, and now I'm having another one revised.
Okay, good. So, one-off projects that would take you hours or days to do, the first thing you need to do, especially if it's in your list, in your column of things that you're not good at or you don't like to do, first thing you do, go into Fiverr and search for that item and see if that can be done by somebody else very, very quickly. Let me see here. So skip trace. You got lots and lots of people that'll skip trace for you. And again, always looking for somebody that's got, I like over 50 reviews. Looking around, seeing what they offer, seeing how many skip traces you can do. Like this guy's got, I like the spreadsheet thing. Cold calling. So you can find somebody that will do cold calling for you. If you want to just test somebody out, give them, 500 names or 1,000 names and see how they do with it. If you're testing a new area, sometimes you can just go this route versus hiring somebody to learn the whole area. I've never done texting from a Fiverr person, but text, there's a couple people in there. So, logo design, website design, data entry, spreadsheet information, cleaning up spreadsheets. You can, cold calling. You can do polling, getting a list of motivated sellers, pulling a list of cash buyers, all of that stuff. Anything you can think of can be done over here. So one of the things that you can do is I'm typing in the leads up here in the search bar, which is how I typically do it. But you can even hover over any of these headers over here and see what else, what are some of the things that people do that is their specialty. I typically do. Yeah.
So why would you use Fiverr? Like, I know you're saying you have one, if it's like a one-off, but if you're always going to have somebody cold calling, why wouldn't you use the VA?
Yeah, right, exactly. So let's say you hire a VA and you're hiring somebody from Upwork as your virtual assistant, and they're pulling your list for you. They're doing data entry for you. They're helping you clean up your lead sheets, on maybe helping you with transaction coordination, but they're not a good cold caller. That's why you could do it this way. However, if you're going to do cold calling on a on a every week basis, which is what we do, you wouldn't want to go through Fiverr on it. I'm just saying, let's say for example, you heard that Texarkana, Texas was the new place that you could do amazing real estate deals, and the spreads were amazing. You might go and just hire somebody one-off just to do a few some cold calling just in that one market, just to test to see how it goes. Maybe pull some cash buyers in that market just to see what you can see. So if it's a repetitive task that you're going to do every week, you're better off going with somebody that you can hire full-time or part-time, just every week repetitive work. But if it's a one-off project, I like Fiverr the best. Because again, there's not really any training. There's no training involved with these one-off tasks versus building a system and building a process and training somebody to do it. They're already amazing at it. That's why they're advertising that they can do that for you. I'm getting ready. You can see product research here. I'm getting ready to send out a job for product research on the stuff that I'm buying in my warehouse. I have my own warehouse. We buy a lot of products direct, but I can go on here and pick somebody that's good at finding really good pricing on products that they could maybe find from China. I will China sourcing agent, right? So I'm going to have that as a one-off task. I recently had somebody do a one-off task for me to find the best. I wanted research done on which gas. So I have 15 or 20 company vehicles, and we use a gas card company for everybody to have their own gas card. So the company just uses a company gas card, and people driving the vehicles just use a company gas card, and they don't have to pay for the gas. Well, I wanted to see if there would be a better deal. So I hired just a one-off task just to see if there was a better gas card. So you could hire somebody and say, hey, do research, get a hold of every single gas company that offers some kind of a corporate gas card, and compare all the data and see who has the best deal. That's anything like that you need done, that's a one-off thing, it's good to hand off. So we use Fiverr every week, but it's one-off tasks that you can get done that you don't want to train somebody on, that they're going to do one time and it'll be done. It's just the job's over with. But like I said, if you're testing a new area, or if you just want to test, a list, you can have them do cold calling. You can have them do skip tracing for you. If you're not doing a ton of volume and you want to just test out a smaller list, you could have that done as well.
Great, thanks.
Any other questions on Fiverr? Have it in your mind. Have it in your mind to start pushing some of the stuff that you're doing off on Fiverr. So, for example, Tara, on your list that you wrote today, just for fun, on your list that you wrote today, the things that you don't like doing or that you're not good at, what were some of the things on that list?
I had paperwork, forms, math, cold calling, data entry, bookkeeping.
There you go. So some of those things could be done just on Fiverr, right?
Right.
However, if it's something that you're going to need every week, absolutely go to Upwork for that.
Okay.
Okay. What we're going to do, so I'm going to be testing you guys a lot on Fiverr because there's so many things that should be done there for pennies on the dollar that you should not be doing. As we dial in, and we're doing these 2 days, but then when we do our follow-ups, don't be surprised if I say, hey, what are you guys struggling with? And somebody says, hey, I'm struggling with this, or this. I may say, well, if it was me, I would hand that off to Fiverr. Again, you're going from quarterback of your team to coach. Now you're on the sideline. Now it's all about delegating, right? It's about getting work done. How much work can you get done in the course of a week for the least amount of price that gets you closer to doing deals? Any obstacle in your way, get it out of your way. And if that means pushing it to a one-off virtual assistant, then get it done. So, Amanda, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Other than the formatting stuff that we've done, have you used? Can you think of anything that you've had hired? I know you use the other VAs all the time for all this stuff, but have you used Fiverr for anything else?
Well, we just did a flow chart. They do those.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
Oh, so here's one other thing that I do, you guys. This is kind of cool. So first of all, I'm the worst typer in the history of typing. Okay. I recently took a typing test just because I thought I was typing so much on my computer. I'm like, man, I'm getting really fast. So I recently took a typing test. I just went on Google and Googled typing test, and I took this typing test, and I got 17 words a minute. And when you figured in my mistakes, I typed 17 words a minute, but I was making 16 words a minute mistakes. So I ended up at 1 word per minute. So you absolutely do not want me to type something. One is I'm going to go really slow, and then every word that I type is going to be spelled wrong. So except for 1 out of 17. So every time I need something created, I will take a piece of paper, or I take printer paper, and I will write on it what I want. So like we needed this flow chart for transaction coordination because we're trying to, in our company, the cool thing is I'm going to teach you guys, we're going to use the flow chart we just did, but we were trying to fine tune transaction coordination within my own company with all the deals we're doing. So we got on this call, Amanda took a bunch of notes with the title company, and we dialed in our flow chart. But then we wanted it to look pretty after we were done so that anybody could see it. So we could draw out. Now Amanda actually made a decent one through, I don't know what format she used, but we sent it to Fiverr. They brought it back and it looked amazing. But one of the things that I do is I'll just draw. Like, let's say you're gonna create a PowerPoint presentation. You could draw every slide on a piece of paper and just write what you want and scribble a design. and then push it over to Fiverr, and they could turn around and take that PowerPoint and send it back to you. So I don't want to type and create a PowerPoint. It would take me all day to create a PowerPoint, but I can take a pen and a piece of paper and write out what I want every slide to say on a piece of paper and send that to a Fiverr person, and they'll turn it into a beautiful PowerPoint. See what I'm saying? Any of that stuff that you do, get it off your plate. Get it into somebody else so you can spend your time doing the stuff that makes you the most money. Okay, so okay, what we're gonna do, so I wanna shift gears a little bit, and I want, Amanda, you've got a little bit of time yet. I wanna teach you guys how to pull the best lists to get the best leads. Okay, I wanna go through that process and get that list. So hang on, we got a question that came in. Oh, okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna take off my screen share. All right, so Amanda, let's go through the process of pulling a list. Are you gonna go through, let's maybe just real quick talk about exact data, but with exact data, there's not a really big process to learn, but at least cover it with everybody real quick. And then are you gonna go through listability
Yeah, I can.
or list source? Which one?
So we have all three of them. It just,
Okay,
I would
cool.
say if we had to pick the top two, it'd be the exact data vacant list and then listability.
So I want to go through with you guys the lists that are working the best for us. And I really want you guys to start using. Have any of you guys used the exact data list?
I just got my first list from Johanna yesterday.
Okay, awesome. So Amanda, you take it from here. Let's go through exact data and then going through each list on how to pull. And I want you guys to follow along because you're going to do this. Okay.
Yeah. So exact data, you can really pull any list. They even have cash buyers. We've pulled contractors, but what we like to do for our seller leads is pull their vacant list. So they're able to pull, this is based on, I think it's the US Postal Service. That's where they get their data for the vacant list. And we used to use somebody else and then they stopped providing those. So we found exact data and they've been one of our best list sources by far. So pretty much for the criteria we use, single family, we have pulled multifamily and apartment lists too. Vacant, privately owned, and then free and clear. So they don't have a mortgage on the property. And then also a different billing address than the property address. So it's really easy. There's not a lot of steps to this because we do have a representative that we use. If you just went to exactdata.com, there's a way to pull a list there. But a lot of times they're not going to know exactly what we're looking for. We work with Joanna a lot. So that's why we push out her information to all of our students because she knows exactly what we're looking for. And she's able to pull it pretty fast for us. So 24, 48 hour turnaround. It's not immediate because it does have to go through her company process. But to get a list, I have the information right here if you guys want to take it down. Here's her email and phone number. I usually just shoot her an email and she replies really quickly. But if you want to give her a call, her phone number is here too. And make sure you let her know the referral code, Matthew Larson. That way she knows exactly what list you're to. We've had some people contact Exact Data directly and they have no idea what the students are talking about. So that's why we want to make sure you're contacting Joanna. And then here's just an example of an email that she sent back. So my email would just look like, hey, Joanna, it's Amanda. I just wanted to request a vacant home list. So right here where I'm highlighting, actually, yeah, there we go. Highlighting, I would provide all of this criteria and then just your area. So we would say the Quad Cities and list out the cities. If you're from, Miami or Phoenix, you would just let her know you want a list in that area. And then she replies with a quote here. So she'll tell you the contacts available and then the amount that she would charge. And then you can decide from there. You can also do a partial list. They do have a minimum total. I want to say it is around the $800 range. So it's a little pricey, but we've had a lot of success with it. So it's totally worth it. And that's really it for exact data. Yeah, you don't have to go through the process of, going to the website, putting in all the criteria yourself and pulling the list, which will also show you through listability. But you don't have to do that for exact data. Does anyone have questions about exact data?
Yeah, Amanda, I got my first list from Joanna yesterday, but I noticed it was about 3,000 leads, but I noticed some of them were like apartments and condominiums.
Okay. Did you
Um,
specifically request like single family homes? Because if you don't, then it'll pull everything.
yeah, I did. I emailed her
Okay.
earlier today to say, hey, can you double check? But I didn't know if that was like normal, that you would get some apartments or condos.
I mean, all of these lists aren't going to be totally perfect. So I know even when we've pulled lists for like single family or multi-family homes, I'll end up with some vacant lots, some mobile homes. I mean, they're not perfect, but it should be pretty accurate. So if you're getting like a full list of, condos and apartments and you are only looking for single family, definitely write her back if you have any issues whatsoever, and they'll correct it for you. So
Okay.
yeah, you don't have to worry about that. And make sure you guys also, when you're writing her, ask her for a list without duplicate mailing addresses. Because a lot of times they'll pull a list based on the property address, and the same owner could own 5 different properties. So it'll pull all 5 of those leads, but it'll actually be the same owner. So you want to get more leads for your money. So you don't want to pull the same owner lead. So I would just request for them to remove duplicate mailing addresses. Was there any other questions on that one?
Nope.
Okay, so there's a ton of different websites out there that you can pull seller leads. These are just a few that we use because they're the ones that we used, and we had the best results with these, so we kind of focus our training around them. So for listability, it is free to have an account, and you only pay when you actually pull your list. So you can always set up your account, go in, put in your criteria, and then just see what comes back. So how many leads there are, and if you want to purchase a list from there. But I'll go just a quick overview. Listability is where we pull usually our absentee owners. And again, exact data, you can pull all of these different types of lists if you really don't want to go to different websites, but listability is a little bit cheaper. So for absentee owners, it's usually a pretty good website to use. So let me see if I can just log in really quick here. It's going to make me do this before I can go on. Okay. So it's been a while since I've pulled a list on listability because we have been using our exact data vacant list for a while now, but you can see the different options when you log on. Here, the real estate investor list, you can see it's absentee owner database. So that's after you log in, that's the one that you would want to click. And it didn't log me in. Sorry about that. Okay. Now I'm logged in. So if we click on the absentee owner tab there, it'll bring you to all of the criteria selections here. And we actually have this listed out. So if you go back to our how-to on finding and pulling lists and go to the listability section, you can just go by, so absentee owner, and then all of these here that I'm highlighting, I'll show you how to enter those in on the actual website. So we'll start with geography. And we'll want to go and put in the area code, so the zip codes of our choice. And you're looking for properties that you want to purchase. So you're going to go by the property zip code. And here we're just going to enter a few in. And as you make any changes over here, if you want to see the current records available, you would just need to click update over here. So if I added, for example, a new zip code, you see how the recalculate button reappears? You would just need to click that to see what the new lead count is as you enter different criteria. And then additional selections. So if you go to additional selections in all, you should be able to see everything listed out here. So all of these selections you'll find just right under that. I'm gonna close that out really quick. Right here under this all selections tab. And then you'll go through and just enter each one in. So for example, purchase date. If, one of our criteria is purchased between 1900 and 2011. 1900 just because the records don't really go too far back. So you do have to enter a date in here, and 1900 is just one of the ones that I use because you want to go as far back as possible with those records. And then 2011, because that's when everybody was buying houses super cheap. And so, you know, if you bought then or before, there's probably good equity in the house, as long as, you know, they didn't refinance or take out second mortgages, that type of thing. So enter that in. And then it automatically will save that for you if you just want to recalculate. And you don't have to do this each time. I'm just showing you the records do change as you enter in this criteria. And then loan to value. So there's a few different options here. Exact, recommended. We would just go with the range. It's totally fine. And you want loan to value. So you're trying to show equity again. So you can do no loans. You can go up to, we suggest going up to 70%. So 0 to 69. So we would just select those there. And then let's see, property type. So this is where you can filter out some of those condos and apartment buildings and things like that that you're not looking for. So you'd select single family. If you want duplexes or triplexes, you would keep that in there. Apartment buildings, you could just go through that and pick the type of property you're looking for. And then those are the main criteria that we're looking for. You can obviously go through here, and if you want a certain number of bedrooms, if you want any of this other criteria, you can add it to your list, but we don't want to narrow it down too much because then you're going to filter out a lot of the leads that might be good potential leads. So you want to put in the criteria that shows motivation without filtering it down too much. So you can see that was a big jump. It went down from a couple of thousand when we started to only 640. I only put in like 3 different zip codes in our area though. So you'll probably have a lot better luck if you list out all of the zip codes in your area. And then so if you're finished with your list from there, if everything looks good and you want these 640 leads, you would come over here at the bottom and click place order. And then you just go through the process to actually purchase your list. And so here I want all 640 records, or you can do a partial list also. And then data license. So they have a one-time use, 2 times, or multiple use. And you can just click the details there to figure out what those are for. But single usage means only if you plan to do like 1 mailing campaign. Obviously, we usually use the same list at least like 6-7 times, and then we'll come back to it later for follow-ups. So there you could click multiple use and then click continue. And then here's just the type of delivery. So we usually leave it in the CSV format. You can always change that later once you download it, but that's what's recommended. That's usually like when you skip trace or upload it to some of the websites, they like the CSV files. So leave that alone and click continue. And then it's just gonna ask for your information. So this would be like all of your company or your personal information. Or when you set up the account, it should automatically fill that in for you too. And then just the email address that you want the list to actually go to, as well as the receipt. So it'll email you all of this information. And you can always come back into your account and pull it as well. And then click continue. And here you're going to review everything. It'll give you the total, and you can review the full invoice. It'll show you like the breakdown per records. So every single item that you pick for the criteria, it will charge you. So you want to just, as you're selecting those, you can see what you're being charged. That's another reason we don't want to narrow it down too much, but you're also getting charged for all of these items you're selecting as well. And then if you're ready to go, you would just enter your payment information and then process your order. And from there, it takes usually 5 to 10 minutes to actually create your list. And then once your list is created, you can come back into your account and then pull that. And you'll, again, you'll get an email as well. And you can click from your email to pull your list. So that's it on pulling your listability list. Are there any questions on that one? No questions?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, so that sums it up for the exact data, vacant list, and listability. Matt, are you still around?
Amanda, why did you say that y'all prefer event or exact data versus this one?
So the vacant list is a really good list to pull. We have a lot of luck, and it's really easy to buy vacant houses too. You don't have to worry about tenants or owners being in the house. And with exact data, we're able to pull that list. Listability doesn't have the option to pull the vacant list. It's mostly just like the absentee owner list for listability. So that's why we prefer exact data. One, because it's the vacant list. Two, the customer service is really good, but also the main point is that's where we get most of our leads from. So when we've done exact data comparison to listability, we had more success with the exact data list.
Gotcha.
Who asked that?
It's Chris.
Hey, Chris. So yeah. So one of the things that we do is we track every single lead source that we have, down to even we have a separate phone number for different postcards, different lists that we pull. So you'll have, let's say we take the Google View postcard, which is one of our favorite postcards. If you pull a list from exact data, pull the exact same list from listability, and pull the exact same list from list source, and send that from that list. Now even though you might have identical criteria, each list company will come back with different results on the list that they pull, because they have different access to different information, evidently. So if then you take each one of those lists and send them the identical postcard, you'll still get a different response rate from each list. So what we found through years and years and years of doing this is the exact data list outperforms the other two lists on response rate and closed deals. So the cool thing about the exact data list is, really, other than people that have learned from me, nobody talks about exact data, because nobody really knows about it. It was just a lot of research on our side to be able to even find it. And so then when we found it, we reached out to them and asked them to pull a list they didn't even have. And they pulled that list, and we tried it because we knew what we wanted to look for. We pulled that list and tried it, and it performed amazing. So the reason we like vacant homes, the list of vacant houses, is this. So our lists are vacant, non-owner occupied, high equity. Okay. The reason that list does so well is because if you have, first of all, a house that's vacant, you want to focus on vacant homes right now, because especially with COVID, it's hard to get into houses. And if you've got a tenant or something in there, that makes it even harder. So the vacant home thing, let's break it down just a little more simply though. If you've got a vacant house, that means whoever owns it doesn't live there. And if they don't live there, that means they live somewhere else, right? So now they're paying for two. Now let's say that they own that home, but you say, well, yeah, but they paid it off. They don't have a mortgage, so it doesn't really cost them anything. Well, that's not actually true. They still have property taxes. They still have insurance. They still have maintenance to pay for. They still have utilities. If they don't mow the grass, the city will fine them. So even a house that's owned free and clear still has expenses. So a vacant home so we like vacant homes, and we like non-owner occupied because that means they're paying for two. And we like high equity, typically no mortgage. So if you take a property that has those criteria, it's the best case scenario for getting the deepest discounts on houses. So I have a guy that I train. He pays me for coaching, and he does. When I first met him, when I first met him like probably 5 months ago, he was doing 1 to 2 deals a month. And one of the first things that I taught him was I was teaching him how to follow up on old leads through CRM and all that, which he did, and he doubled just from the follow-up sequences that are built into our Podio system. He doubled the number of deals he was doing, and he immediately jumped to 4 to 5 deals a month. Well, then he got back with me and he goes, Matt, how do this call just happened the other day, like a week ago. He asked me, he's like, well, I want to double again. So you got me from 1 to 2 a month to 4 to 5 a month, but I want to double my business again. How do I do it? And I started asking him about the lists he was pulling. And he's like, yeah, I've got this list from, let me say, it was some list company that sells bulk leads. I think it was PropStream. You guys ever heard of PropStream?
Yeah.
So he was pulling these lists from PropStream, and the reason he was doing it is because they're cheap. $97 a month, you can pull unlimited leads, and man, well, that's great. And he was doing 4 to 5 deals a month that way, but he's trying to double. And I said, the problem with PropStream is anytime you get what you pay for. When you buy a bunch of leads that are dirt cheap for unlimited amounts of leads, everybody else is doing the same thing, and those leads are old. Those are old leads. They're not renewable. There's a reason they can sell them so cheap. So the thing I had him do was do the exact data vacant list. So you got vacant, non-owner occupied, high equity. And he literally texted me yesterday that he was amazed at what happened. He immediately within 1 week of pulling a new list, he does cold calling. So he can pull the list and then call that list right away. It's not like direct mail where you send a direct mail piece and it takes a minute to get to, by the 10 days later before you start getting results, by the time they print the postcards, mail the postcards, and the postcards get there and you get a response. So this is somebody that's doing decent amount of deals at 4 to 5 a month. He immediately pulls the exact data list and he can immediately see a difference in the quality of the leads. He'll double again just off of the list company. So for you guys, what I want to accomplish is, yes, you can go places and get cheaper leads. You can find companies that will sell you unlimited leads for $100, and that's great. And you can do some deals that way. I'm just trying to show you guys what we do that works the best, that generates me the most money with the least amount of effort. And for us, that exact data list is the best. Now, listability comes in right in second. And so if we pull a list from listability and pull a list from exact data will outperform listability on the same exact postcard, pulling the same exact list. But I want to teach you guys the exact way we do things in my company. So the list does make a big difference, and it will result in less work and more profit. So that's kind of why we chose those companies, and want to make sure you teach. So the reason we know all that is because our Podio system, which I think most of you guys have now, maybe some of we got to still implement with, but you'll have our acquisitions where you can test every single marketing piece. You'll know exactly what works and what doesn't. So that's very, very important in the course of spending real money for marketing. You must know what marketing's working and what marketing's not working, so you can stop doing the marketing that's not working. So very, very important. So with that, any questions on the list stuff that Amanda just went through? All good there? Amanda, you had gotten through everything that you wanted to get through on that, right?
Yep, if nobody has any questions.
Let's see here. So Jeff asked me about Atom ATTOM data. We've used them in the past, Jeff. Atom data. You remember when we were doing that, Amanda?
Yeah, it was very brief. I don't think we had great
We
success
didn't.
with it.
It didn't work for us. It didn't work very well. And again, we know. I mean, we're not guessing. It's not a gut feeling. It's just math for us. It's just the numbers. We have it so dialed in that we know exactly, what works and what doesn't. So, one other thing too is so I know, Amanda, we're gonna cover. I'm gonna have you cover a couple more things here before you take off, but there's a few. There's ways to get leads and not have to pay for them, as far as with other wholesalers and cheaper ways to do it, you guys. But if you want if you want to really dial in the business and make it happen, this is the route to go. Real quick too, I'm going to grab something real fast here. I had a couple of notes written down. Hey, by the way, has anybody gotten any response back from their ad yet?
I have.
You have?
From the Upwork?
Yep.
Yeah, I got it says 9 proposals now.
Wow.
Boom. All right, good. So we're going to talk about that stuff a little later. Okay, so, and by the way, you guys, Amanda's only got, what do you got, about an hour, Amanda?
Yeah, I gotta head out at the most in an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, at the most. And I only have a couple more things I need for you to do today. So I'm going to skip around a little bit, but I'm going to roll back around, you guys, and I'm going to go through every step of the whole process, start to finish, on a deal in detail, so that we can make sure everybody's up to speed on exactly what has to happen on every single step. And then I'm going to cover transaction coordination on top of that. So Amanda, what I want you to do next is I want you to do skip tracing. Okay. Let's go through. So you pulled your list, and now you want to do skip tracing.
Yep. So we use Data Finder to skip trace our lists. We also use, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Sherpa yet. That's a separate skip tracing tool, but you have to have an account, and that's our texting campaign. So if I plan to add our list to Sherpa, like if it's a new list, I'll usually just skip trace it right through there and then download that. But if not, if it's a totally separate list, or even before we had Sherpa, this is what we used as Data Finder. So it's a free account. You just click sign up, put in your information, and then log in. And then you don't pay for anything until you actually pull your list. So just a quick note before I forget, you see how over here on the left-hand side, there's available credits. You do have the option after you upload your list, see right here where it has price. It'll have $99 as the minimum cost, or it can you can pay by credits. And we usually use credits because if you pull a small list, it's still going to charge you $99. But if you use credits, it's actually cheaper to do it that way because you're not paying the full $99. I don't know what a credit, I'd have to do the math to tell you what one credit equals in dollars, but I know it's a lot less expensive to do it that way. So anyway, just a note before you guys get started, so you don't pay $99 for maybe like 100 leads. Okay, so when you're in Data Finder, to get started skip tracing a list, over here on the left-hand side, you'll see Start a Consumer Append. That's what you'll click to go ahead and put in the criteria to skip trace your list. So step one is uploading your list. And so we just went through how to pull your list. Again, I talked about earlier the CSV file. A lot of sites will use that. So you should already have it in a CSV file. And then you just go find the list on your computer. So I'm going to use this list here. And then click continue. And then the input types for your records. So this is the information that's already on the list that you pulled that you're going to use to find the contact information. So we have the address and we have the first and last name. and then select the match type. So household level, we always search by household level instead of individual level match. And this kind of explains why. When you do an individual level match, it only matches if that first and last name is found. So household level, it can include anybody in the household. So if there's a different first name, but the same last name and that address still matches, it'll pull that record. So we want to leave that open so that we get more records. And then step 4, we're skip tracing this for a phone number. So this is where we would check that box there and make sure that we're looking for phone number. For Data Finder, you can pull like an email. It even allows you to pull social media, demographics. We don't really mess too much with that, but if you wanted to look into that at a later time, totally could. So that's all you pretty much have to do to find the phone number. You would just click continue from there and then match these columns. So this is all the information that's on your spreadsheet, and you would just match that up. So this is the full name, first name, and you would have to go through all of these columns. And then if there's a column that you don't want to use to match, so for example, this mail zip code +4, and we don't need to use the property address. So you can just leave those as do not use for matching and then click begin. And then you can see that this list is processing. It usually does take a few minutes to finish, especially based on record count. This is a pretty big list, so it'll probably take a good minute to process. But if you look down here, this is all of my history. So when this is done, it'll pop up here as view match report. And if you click on that, it'll actually tell you how many matched records and the match rate that it found for your list. So you know before you buy how many leads you're actually going to have from that list. So if it was really low, you might either pay by credits, because again, it only pays for those matched leads, which is really good as opposed to paying the full $99, or you might not buy it at all. It really just depends on how many leads actually come back. This is a really good match though. So from here, if I wanted to buy this, I would go ahead and click I agree to the terms and use my credits if you have credits in your account, or you can just pay with a credit card, and you would do that over here on the right hand side. And then from there, let me go back. Once you purchase the list, you'll have the option to download right from that page. But I'm just going to show you here that it looks like this. If you just click that button, download file, it'll give you the option here to export your purchase data. And if you click that, you can again save it as a CSV file. And then if you open that back up, you'll see you now have your list. And if you scroll all the way over, there's a lot of information on this list, but you'll find the phone number here under contact info category, and it even gives you the phone type. So this will pull mobile phones. Sometimes it'll even pull like landlines or VoIPs. So don't be surprised if you do have this list, you skip trace this list, and then once you actually upload the list, like for example, into Lead Sherpa, which is a texting campaign, your leads like go down quite a bit. And that's because it removes some of these either unknown types or landlines where you can't really send a text to. It's looking for mobile phone numbers. So just keep that in mind. You might have, let's just say 1,000 phone leads here. But when you actually put that into a texting campaign, you might actually have 70 that you can send text to. So something to just keep in mind. But that's pretty much it for skip tracing. It's really, really easy. So does anyone have any questions on that?
Nope.
No problem, guys.
No problem.
Nothing to it. Chris, you good with that? Piece of cake. So when we talk through that, when we talk through skip tracing, the only time we need to skip trace a list is when you send direct mail. You don't need to skip trace a list. When you do cold calling, you need to skip trace the list. When you do texting, you need to skip trace the list. When you initially buy the list from the list company, that that if you're just going to do direct mail, then you're good. You don't need to do anything further from there. But if you're, if you're, I don't know, I get a little feedback there. Your computer's not on, is it? Yeah. If you're doing cold calling, skip trace the list. If you're doing texting, skip trace list. If you're doing texting through Lead Sherpa, you'll want to go through Lead Sherpa to pull that skip trace. So I want to take, so let's see, Amanda. Hey, Amanda, quick question for you. If I wanted to give these guys, are you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. If I wanted to give these guys an assignment to pull list and skip trace in their area, can we do that on a smaller scale, like 100 leads?
So everyone has a minimum. The best route to go would probably be having them pull a listability list. There's still a minimum, but the cost is much cheaper than an exact data list.
What's the minimum?
For listability, I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. I do know they have one, but off the top of my head, I don't know.
Can you look that up and get back to me on it?
Yep.
Okay. Because I'm going to give you, I want to make sure you guys know this stuff. So I want to go through, I want to take a minute and talk real quick too. Amanda, while you're still here, you still got a couple minutes, all right?
Uh-huh.
So let's talk through, Amanda, when we pull a list, because a lot of people question on this and they're confused. I'm gonna print something and make this easier to understand. But when you pull a list, you use that list over and over and over again. Okay, you don't use it once and it's done, right? You use that list. If you're going to pull a list and you want to send direct mail, you use that list. If you're going to do cold calling, use the same list. If you're going to do texting, use the same list. You don't have to keep pulling a new list. You use that list and you beat that list up multiple times. So once you have it, it's not like you have to rebuy it again. But there is a point where it will become ineffective. And Amanda, what have we found? How many times can we hit a list before we have to renew it and buy a new?
So I think total probably about 6 or 7 times. We don't do that all at once. Usually we'll use one list, and sometimes we even break it into partial lists over a couple of weeks, and then we'll use a different list, and then we'll probably come back to the list as a follow-up. That's usually what we do. And
but we're hitting that list with every single source of marketing we do.
Yep.
So 6 or 7 times before you need to buy a new list. So if you're marketing to that list every week, you guys get almost 2 months out of that list before you have to renew. And that doesn't mean the list after 6 or 7 weeks stops performing. It just performs at such a lower level that for us, if we go back and pull that list again, then it's freshened up. There's been more transactions that have closed, and now it's more effective again. So think about that for a second, guys. This is why buying the bulk leads are sometimes tough. You can go to these sites and buy for $97 and buy all these leads. The problem is they're old, and that's why they're cheap, and that's why people use them, but it's not why they're not effective or as effective. So think about it. If I buy a list today, high equity in the Quad Cities, non-owner occupied, vacant, I can hit that list for almost 2 months if I hit it every week. But 2 months from now, that list will be way less effective. We'll go from 3.2% response rate down to maybe 0.5% response rate. So I then pull a new list in the exact same areas, same exact criteria. I pull a new list and boom, I hit it, and it's right back up to 3.2% response. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Matt, I have a question.
Yep.
So you send out, say you send out postcards and you get responses. How can you pull those people out so that you don't, they're not getting a postcard 7 times if you've already, bought the property or whatever?
Oh, if you bought their property from them?
Correct.
You can remove anybody from the list, especially the people that say, hey, remove me from the list, because you're going to get that. And we just have our VA do that. So Amanda, do you want to take a second and explain that?
Yeah, so our process is a little bit different right now just because we've been doing this for so long. We use Property List Manager, which if you just have like 1 or 2 lists, you might not need that right now. I think it's like $97 a month for the subscription. And that's just a place where we store all of our direct mail lists. And there's a couple things you can do. You can stack lists, you can, remove people and then re-pull the list. We still have that problem occasionally, though. I don't think there's anything that's perfect that's ever going to fully get rid of somebody, because what happens is when you pull a brand new list, you can always suppress the list that you've pulled in the past, either with exact data or with listability, which means you're not supposed to receive leads that you've already bought, but sometimes it just happens. So the best thing, if you're just starting out, you have one list, what we used to do is someone contacts you, says, remove me from the list. You would just go to that list. Like if you save it in Google Sheets, which is what I suggest if you're just using a spreadsheet to manage your leads right now, and then just go find that person and remove them. But again, when you buy a new list, it's impossible for you to know, based on thousands of leads that you're getting, if that person appears again. So Property List Manager does make it a little bit easier, because you can go in when someone says remove me from the list, and it searches all of the lists you've uploaded so far, and it will put them on like a do not call type list, or opt out, where if you re-pull any of your lists from Property List Manager, they will not be on the list. But again, if you buy a new list from like Exact Data or Listability, there's a small chance that they're going to appear on it, just because that's how it is.
But Property List Manager, doesn't matter where you pull the list from, it removes them if you've removed them once.
Yeah, because it's like a big database where you're storing all of your lists. So when you search that name, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, so that's cool. So what doesn't Property List Manager, it also eliminates duplicates, right?
Yeah, so it's supposed to. It's really just a storage place. So when you pull your list, you use the filters. So you're the person who filters out duplicates. You filter out whatever you don't want when you pull the list from your big database. You would be the one who decides that.
Okay. So let's say, so let's say you pulled a list from Listability and you pulled a list from Exact Data of the same exact criteria. You could take that through Property List Manager and then eliminate any duplicates, right?
Yeah, you could, but when you upload, so if you're sending direct mail, it has the option to delete any duplicates from there. So you don't have to like do all these extra steps before you get to that point. When you actually do like your cold calling or your direct mail or Sherpa texting, you should have the option right from those accounts to remove any duplicates before you send your campaign.
Okay, cool.
Hey, do we send out a list, like, do we hit a list, like you mentioned once a week, but I was doing it maybe like once every 30 days. How often should we, like if we send out our marketing, we don't get a response, so we wait, we hit it every week, or once every 30 days? Like I
rotate through them. So if you get a list of like 4,000 leads, I would send maybe 1,000 that first week, the next 1,000 the next week, the next 1,000 the week after, you know what I mean? And then just start over again. So you're not hitting that same list every single week where the same people are getting a postcard weekly from you. You know what I mean? But you are getting new leads every week, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
And that's a good way to hit your minimums. You know what I mean? That way you can hit your minimums that you need to spend with that list company. But let's say the minimum, I'm just using easy numbers, the minimum, you got to buy 4,000 leads, but you don't want to mail 4,000 people because you won't be able to handle the leads coming in. You might mail 1,000 or cold call 1,000 or text 1,000 and then see how you can handle those leads. And the very next week, then you can hit another 1,000 out of that group. Does that make sense?
By the way, it's $125 minimum on Listability, since we're talking about that.
And how many leads does that, how many names does that buy, Amanda?
It's about 1,000 based on the criteria we usually use. But like I was explaining earlier, depending on what you choose, it can range just a little bit, but probably about 1,000.
Okay, cool. Okay, so let's see here. Any questions from anybody so far on any of that? All good. I want you guys, how many of you guys have, I know Rod does, how many of you guys have responses from your ad that you posted today from virtual assistants?
I think I do.
Check, do me a favor, check really quick. I want to see where you guys are at with that. David Bader's got 16 already. Okay. Rod, how many you got?
10.
10, okay. Chris, you have any?
No, or I'm checking right now. I don't think so.
Okay.
I also didn't put my card in yet, so I need to do that. I don't know if that affects anything or not.
I haven't got any either.
I have 5, but I just posted my my ad at lunchtime.
Okay. Okay, so here's what I want you guys to do really quick. I want you to respond back to each person that has a lead. And Chris, if you still need to finish up that process, you can take a minute too. I want to take 5-8 minutes real quick for everybody to write a message that, hey, thanks for inquiring about the position I need to fill. I want you, here's your first task as our first step of the interview process. I want you to Google Tony Robbins disc test, go in, take the disc test, and send me your results, and then we can move to step number 2. And just note in there, just say, this is not a IQ test, this is a personality test, and a requirement before I choose a candidate I'm going to hire. Okay, I want each of you to do that right now. And once you write the first message, it's just copy and paste it to everybody else and get that going, because I want to see by the end of the day how many people respond back. I know David just messaged that you had 16 people total, 6 of them already filled it out, and 2 of them have an IC and an SC. Okay. And then somebody asked, which marketing campaign is currently having the most success? Direct mail versus texting versus RVM? I know RVM is crushing it for us right now because we went just and hit the old leads, but direct mail always works. Amanda, isn't our cost per lead? What's our cost per closed transaction? Is that direct mail still, or is it texting now?
I'd have to actually pull a report, so I'll have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, just let's talk through it tomorrow. Just maybe look it over it later.
Okay.
Okay, guys, so take 5 minutes and do that, what I just gave you, and I'll hit you back in 5. Okay, was everybody able to do that? Everybody able to respond and get that to these potential virtual assistants?
I'm halfway done here.
Okay, so you're still getting.
Four more copy and paste here.
One of the guy I sent that, he said that he already took it before. Can you send the copy of that result?
Yeah, that's fine.
Probably took it for us.
Yeah. You guys still need a couple more minutes?
Let's see here. Yeah, a couple more for me, please. Okay.
Guys, kind of just let me know when you've caught up and you are ready to go.
I'm pretty much ready.
Okay, Rod, you're good.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Still need a little more time, guys, or anyone?
We good.
Robbie, you're good?
Yeah.
Robbie, how many did you have? How many responses did you get?
I got 4.
Okay.
And one of them is the agency owner who said he have several outsourcing virtual agents.
Okay.
I'm putting the whole selling flow chart into the folders.
The whole what now?
The whole selling flow chart.
Okay. Somebody asked, have you had luck negotiating with VA's hourly rate? Absolutely. Whatever they post, that's just that's their hope. You can get them for less than that, especially if you want to try them out. Josh mentioned that he's negotiated with them. We do the same thing. Josh, the VA that you hired the other day, what was the pay rate on that VA? You're muted right now.
We negotiated $4.50.
$4.50, and they're from the Philippines.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And you've got them working right now, right?
Yeah, that's kind of why I've been off and on, because she's learning Sherpa, and I'm trying to talk to her while she's pushing these leads through. So yeah, I'm kind of bouncing back and forth.
For Sherpa, did you send her our stuff?
Yeah, she's watched some of those videos. Yeah,
Okay.
and then I made my own too.
Okay.
So.
Why you got a better way than with us?
No,
No.
but I just show her like how I use Google Drive and where to find things and where to put it all in one video.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Just
so
for like texting and responses and stuff?
yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where to
good.
find the list at, to upload the list, and how to do the seller opt-outs and stuff like that. So
Perfect.
little things specific to my system, I guess.
Yep. Okay. And how's she doing so far?
She's just getting started with Sherpa, and she's got a lot of questions. So
That's good.
yeah, it means she's learning, I guess.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
Everybody else ready to go? Tara?
Ready.
Tara,
I'm
you
ready.
good? Okay.
I'm ready.
So everybody else good? Can I have, I want to have, Jeff, how are you doing? I haven't heard from you for a minute.
I had an account before, I think a long time ago or something, and it kind of blocked me from getting back in. So I've had to reset my password. I'm kind of start from behind the 8 ball, but I'll be getting it.
Okay. You'll be able to catch up tonight?
I'll try to, yes.
Okay. All right. And then we'll do some Q&A too to help you get through. I'll make sure you got it down.
Sure. Not a problem.
Let's see. Okay, okay. So Amanda, do me a favor, Amanda. I know, so Amanda's got to jump off here in just a few minutes, you guys. She's got stuff she's got to get done. So I'm kind of jumping a little bit out of order, but that's okay because it'll all pull back together. We're gonna do one big. I'm gonna do one big kind of overview in a second. But Amanda, I want Amanda before she jumps off today. She'll be back tomorrow. But I want her to go through and show you guys how we're getting contracts signed. Okay, super simple, but this is something that your VA can do for you. But I just want to go through the process. So Amanda, you can let's show them how we use HelloSign.
Okay.
Let's see here. And then like let's show them how we use HelloSign and what you're doing to just send contracts, which is just basically an email, right?
Yeah, so when I get a contract, usually through email, the only thing I do is go to hellosign.com. If you guys don't have an account, you'll need to sign up. With HelloSign, there are fees. You can do it free trial, and then after that trial expires, these are the fees here. We just use the $13 a month, or at least we did when we started. We may have needed to bump that up now. But the reason we use HelloSign, because we haven't always, is we moved from not Dropbox, DocuSign. So a lot of people have probably heard of DocuSign, and I actually really like DocuSign. The only thing is they actually will cap you at a certain amount of envelopes sent. So once you reach your limit, they raise the price, and they did that to us, and it was like an outrageous price. I forget what it was, but I think it was a couple of $1,000s a year or something like that. And so that was the moment that we decided to check out some of these other websites. And HelloSign we landed on, really cheap. They actually don't have any limit. So you can send as many documents as you want, and you never have to worry about them raising the price. So that's why we landed on HelloSign. So after you have your account, which when you click sign up, it's really just the basic information. So you'll put in, an email and then create your account. It won't let me do this because I already have an account, but it just asks for like your name, your address, you'll create a password. And that's pretty much it. Once you have your email and password, you can go to login, and then you'll click HelloSign. So they have a few different things. We don't use HelloWorks or HelloFax, but pretty much just other items that they have. HelloSign is your basic document signing tool. So if you click that and sign in, it's going to make me enter in all of my information again. And now sometimes there's no CAPTCHA here. So when you click login, it'll give you an error message and make you then check that CAPTCHA box. I'll show you right now because it's probably going to do that to me. Nope, it didn't. So if it does, just make sure you click that saying you're not a robot and it'll let you log in. We've had that problem a few times. Okay, so when you're here, it already takes you to the home page where you can begin your upload. So you just need to decide if you're signing something, if you and others are signing something, or just others. So I'm going to click just others because you can still sign the document even if you click just others. And then you'll click add file and you just find the file on your computer. So let's do, I think this is a contract here that I did earlier. So after you find the file, it'll upload that and then you'll put the signer's name and their email address. So I'll just use mine. And then it takes a minute for it to upload. Once it uploads, you can then prepare the documents for signature. And while that's converting, you can see below there's a title box and a message box. So the title box is going to be the subject line in your email. So when your buyer or whoever you're sending this to actually gets that email, they'll see that it's from HelloSign, but they'll also see your title. So you want to put the name of the contract in so that they know that's what they're opening. And then you can also leave them an optional message here. So when they open your email, maybe you want to give them like more instructions or a wire amount or something like that. You can put that information here. So the document's uploaded and we can now prepare it for signing. And this is really, really easy. You just pretty much drag and drop these tags where you want them to go. So you can see I already have Matt's signature in here. I did that through Adobe. It's just my preference because when you have, I'll show you like these disclosures down here with check boxes, you can drag and drop each of these check boxes if like the buyer's filling these out. But if you're filling them out, it's just kind of double work to drop the text box and have to go back in and sign. So it's just my preference to do this outside of HelloSign. So that's why it's already signed by Matt. But for example, our buyer, I would just drag and drop the signature tag here and then drag and drop the date tag. And that's all you have to do for all of these, the initials here. And you go through each page, and once you finish all of that information, you would just click continue and then click request signature. And it says your signature request has been sent. So if you want to check the status, because a lot of times people say they either didn't get it or you know, we might have to follow up on a signature, we can go to the documents page and you can actually tell when people have either viewed the document or signed the document. And you should get email status updates also. So I don't know if I have any in here right now, but if I just search like HelloSign. So see how this one says this contract has been signed by so-and-so. If I click on that, I can now see the signed contract in my email and I can download that and send that to the title company. So I still need to do that actually. And then, so in your documents page, you can see this is still out for signature and you can see that it is unsigned. So when it's completed, it'll show you that as well. And then this little tab here. So if you ever send something and someone's like, can you resend this to like a different email? You can click edit and resend. And as long as they haven't signed it yet, it'll allow you to edit that same document. If they have signed it, you won't be able to edit it though, because usually if there's more than one signature, they don't want you to be able to edit that document while someone else has already signed, if that makes sense. Let me see what else you can do in here. You can also send reminders. So like if they haven't signed it yet, let's see, out for signature. See this button right here, send reminder. So we have to do that a lot. If it's not signed within a certain amount of time, we'll send a reminder, and what that does is just bump it up to the top of their email box. You can download that, preview, share, and cancel it. So if they decide to back out or anything like that, you can always cancel the document from there. But that's pretty much it. It's really, really simple. Anyone have any questions on that?
Nope.
Has any of you guys ever used HelloSign?
No.
I have not.
No.
Pretty slick, huh?
Yes.
Notice how, I think Amanda mentioned this, but notice how I had already, we use a template that I've already signed and initialed to save time.
Yeah, so on those contracts, I actually have Matt's signature saved, but I have to go through because when the title company sends it, they're not going to send a contract to you with your signature. You'll have to sign it each time. But just having a saved signature, if you want like your virtual assistant or somebody to sign it for you, they can save your signature in Adobe and just use that each time. And I think Tyler has a way he's going to show you too. It looks like it says other ways to sign. So he might have a different way too. But yeah.
We're going to show you a free way too. So thanks, Amanda. Thanks for doing that. I know you got to get going here. So does anybody else have any questions for Amanda on anything that she has showed you guys while before she takes off?
Thanks,
Everybody
Amanda.
good?
Appreciate the videos.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, I think, right, Matt? We're doing it tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, you can stop the screen share and stuff. So we'll see you later, Amanda. Boy, you guys aren't asking me very many questions, and I don't really know how to take that. Are we that good that we're teaching and you've got it down? You guys need a cup of coffee, or what's going on?
It's a little bit of information overload.
So I'm gonna take.
These people are hitting me back on my Upwork, so I was trying to respond a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna do this. Let's take five to 7 minutes right now. You guys can hit the bathroom, grab a cup of coffee, slap yourself in the face with some water, answer back some VAs, and Jeff, you can get caught up on Jeff. I know you had to get caught up on a couple things. Why don't you do that? And I know we have some questions I'll answer when everybody gets back. So 7 minutes, which is a quarter till. Let's hit back. Okay, guys?
Okay.
See you in 7.